Okay, so this isn't exactly going to be a Killer Main podcast. However, Crow told me they were doing a video on FNAF. And I asked them very politely if they knew anything about FNAF lore, and they said they watched a video and didn't get very far. So I thought it would be fun if on stream I would try to explain the FNAF lore to them. Now, I want to make a few things clear. One, I didn't go over everything because I didn't think it was necessary. And two, I myself am not an expert. There are some things I probably got wrong. Please be kind in the comments. If you need to correct me, correct me. But I think I hit a lot of the main points. On top of that, a little later in the video, we're basically just talking about Springtrap coming to the game and all that stuff. I just thought this would be fun to put up on the YouTubes just because why not? In any case, I love you guys. I hope you enjoy it, and yeah, bye. Oh, also, headphone warning for those listening to this on headphones. This was done live on stream, so there was a couple of clips that were shared and a couple of things that were very loud noises. I tried to go through and edit them out or lower the sounds, but I don't think I got all of them. It's 5 hours. Sue me. In any case, I apologize for that, but yeah, enjoy the rest of the video. Bye. Did I just get rid of my chat?
Hello, hello.
Hi, Crow.
Alright, so, about that Fazbear, huh?
Yeah, the Freddy Fazbear? Okay, so I thought it would be funny and way better if I tried to make a visual aid for this.
Oh, I am so down for this.
Okay. Alright, this is going to be very complicated because my second monitor is very small. Alright, so before I put in my input, you did tell me you know some things. What exactly do you know about the Freddy Fazbear?
So I'm about, I'd say, I'm about 4 hours into like a 9.5 hour video. I think most people know what video I'm talking about by the length of it alone. I've been listening to that when it was the one by GB, I think.
Oh, no, I was thinking of the one by Hawkins.
Oh, I haven't seen that one. I've just seen the one by GB, and I've been watching that one. It's a lot, and I knew the broad strokes already, because several years ago, I made a couple of videos kind of defending the idea of Springtrap and DBD. You know, even though to be completely honest with you, I didn't really like the games, and I had a lot of problems with the fan base, but I was kind of like, yeah, this does deserve to be in DBD.
Mm-hmm.
So I learned a bit from that. And I know the basics, I think.
Well, you know about Remnant. You already know more than half of the people on the planet.
Yeah, I've got the basics of Remnant, and how it was used, and the video I watched, they had an analogy that really made it work for me. Mm-hmm. And what they did is they had like 3 computers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they took the RAM sticks out of that computer, right? Out of one computer and put it into another one, and they helped use that as like an analogy for Remnant, and that helped so much.
That is actually probably the best analogy I've heard for it.
Yeah, that made it was like, you know, all the mystery, it all clicked into place after that.
So you haven't gotten to like sister location or anything yet, have you?
I know the basics of sister location with like the cameras in the house, but it's still a bit iffy.
Okay.
Basically anything after 3, I'm iffy on at best, and anything after what was it? Not Ruin. Security Breach, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Security Breach is just a no-go.
So yeah, Security Breach is technically Ruin is, but Security Breach would be the farthest in the timeline.
Okay, all right, that makes sense because it's a lot more like futuristic-y and all that. That makes sense.
Now, as far as the rest of the timeline goes, because this is going to be the complicated part, because I don't know where to start.
Okay.
Because it is highly speculated, and because of what happens during it, that sister location happens first.
Wait, but it's the... You just said it was the furthest one.
Wait, no. Security Breach is the furthest one.
Oh, wait. So then, what's the first one then? Sorry.
So the first one is it's speculated to either be FNAF 4, or Sister Location.
Oh, sister location. Okay, all right, got it.
So we'll get into why, but the big reason why is because the whole setup for sister location only makes sense if it happened first.
Okay.
But it doesn't make sense because nothing in sister location is ever brought up until that game came out for obvious reasons.
Right. Mm-hmm. Interesting.
So,
okay, so
yeah, okay.
let me get my little notes pad here. Sister location first, maybe question mark. Okay,
Maybe.
all right.
Okay, all right. Chat. Someone tell me where to start because I don't even know where to begin. Okay, I'll get some assets and then we'll start from there.
Alrighty.
Freddy Fazbear. So do you know who Henry Emily is?
He's I think that was actually the last thing I watched in the video that I was talking about. He's like based off the guy who made Chuck E. Cheese, who's also the same guy who founded Atari. Which was that alone was mind blowing to me. The fact that Atari is made by like
the guys who
the
made
same guy as Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, that's how they got. That's how they were able to get all the games they had.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's funny how stuff like that works.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Purple guy. That's gonna be very important. I cannot believe there's just a fucking PNG purple guy.
Oh, are you kidding me? This long being on the internet, there better be.
I just love this image. I don't know why. It's so nostalgic to me.
Unless you want to get really fucky and talk about Fredbear's Family Diner. Oh, that's the one that a game doesn't take place in. Right?
Oh yeah, Fredbear's Family Diner. Okay, so there's basically everything that happens before all the games, for the most part, is highly speculated. We get almost nothing on it. So there's the books. Right. So there's 3 books. Silver Eyes, Twisted Ones, and The Fourth Closet. They are not canon to the game's story. However, the way Scott Cawthon described this, while they aren't canon, they do give answers for the canon.
Okay.
So what he meant by that is there are things that happen in the books that explain stuff in the games better.
Okay, all right.
But they're not directly canon.
I'm wrapping my head around it. It's getting there. Okay, so it's kind of like it's almost like a parallel. It's not exact, but it's similar. Got it.
Yeah, it's a parallel. It's a whole other universe, whole separate canon. However, things that happen in both the books and the Tales series, which is like I just call it like Goosebumps. They're both different canons that have nothing to do with the game canon, but things that happen in them may or may not answer things that happen in the game.
Alrighty.
That's part of why this whole thing is so complicated. Trust me, it used to be complicated, and then it got more complicated when the books came out.
I remember when it first came out, I had a little bit, like, when the first one came out, you know, I heard all my friends talking about this, you know, FNAF thingy, right? So I looked into it, you know, because I was still in school at the time, and I remember that's why I think I know the first 3 the most, because those were the only time that I kind of even remotely kept up with the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny that you mentioned Silver Eyes, because that is actually indirectly why I stopped caring about it, is because there was one person I knew at the time who literally carried that book around like it was a Roblox accessory as like a part of their daily fit, if you will. And they were the most obnoxious, horrible person I've ever been around. I know not all FNAF people are like that. It's just that, like, at the time, that was, like, one of the things that made me, like, lose interest in it. I've actually played 2. I bought it and played it on a road trip once. And I got so bored, I never got past, like, 3.
I have a confession to make to all of chat. I have only played 1 and 2. Look at that.
I don't think that's that big of a deal with FNAF, because I think a lot of people are like that.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the enjoyment was watching other people play it.
All you really need to know is R. That's it. That's all of FNAF. Okay. All right. Starting from the beginning, or let me rephrase this properly before someone crucifies me. Starting from the supposed beginning, because there's two. Henry Emily and William Afton are co-owners of Freddy's Family Diner. They make amazing enjoyment for children. A place for the whole family can have fun. Henry's the robot guy. He makes the robots. This will get contradicted in about 10 minutes when I change what I just said. Just let me keep going. Henry makes the robots, and they end up making something called a spring lock suit. So what a spring lock suit is it is a animatronic that has these locks that can be pushed out, so someone can wear the animatronic as a suit. And the two they make is one of Freddy and one of Bonnie. Bonnie is the little rabbit guy. Hang on.
Bonnie's my favorite, just all around. I don't know why. His design's always been my favorite.
I should not have looked up Bonnie Rabbit. It did not go very well on my Google search. I'm glad that's on my other screen. Yeah. So you got Bonnie, you got Freddy, and then you got Henry Emily, the dumbest name ever. I'm literally about to just make a game theory video at this point.
Go for it.
Okay, so you got Henry Emily over here on the right. You got William Afton, purple guy as he's known. You got the spring lock suits for Bonnie and Freddy. So when they were doing Fredbear's Family Daughter, the business started to go up and they started to make a lot of money. So they started implementing other things and other animatronics into the stage, Foxy and Chica. And what ended up happening was William, for some reason, it's never explained, which I think is perfectly fine. Some people have a problem with it. Kills 5 kids. Now, this is where some of the contradictions happen, already at the beginning of the story. So he kills 5 kids, and he stuffs them in the animatronics. As a result, after that, Henry wants to protect his child. So he makes the security puppet, which is a animatronic whose entire purpose is to make sure kids don't go outside alone. They have wristbands, so they keep it keeps tabs on them. However, it gets stuck inside of a box for some reason. The implication is that William did it, and Henry's daughter gets stuck outside, and William kills her. Once again, we never get a reason why. There's a lot of theories on why, but we never get an actual solid reason why.
Somewhere I got the idea that he was. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, go ahead.
The one I heard was that he was jealous of Henry for some reason.
Once again, it's a lot of that is speculation. The running theory is that William is jealous of Henry because he can actually make animatronics.
Okay.
So once William kills Henry's daughter, the puppet goes outside and finds the body. Supposedly, that is when her soul gets transferred into the puppet.
Right.
Okay. We're gonna ignore that now. Okay, that will come up later. I promise. I swear to God, this will all come into like a tight little circle that probably won't be. Anyways, so Henry, in his grief, kind of pulls away from the company, and what ends up happening is William decides to make his own robots to start killing kids for him to experiment with them. The implication is that when he stuffed the suits of the animatronics, they started smelling, so people stopped going to the restaurant because the cops were looking for 5 murdered kids, couldn't find them, didn't know where they were. And they ended up getting haunted, and William saw this and was like, oh, I wonder if I can do that again. So he makes Baby and the Funtime Gang in Sister Location. Now, once again, this is where the timeline gets confusing because it makes no sense that he can make the... Whatever. Anyways, Baby, William's daughter, wants to see Baby because she thinks it's adorable and cute, and William wants to keep her away from all the animatronics because they're designed to kill kids. She gets a little too close one day, and she gets scooped by Baby, and then she haunts Baby's body.
All right.
Okay, you follow.
So by scooping, that's where the gif of like the child getting yoinked is from, right?
Yeah, she has like a claw in her chest that like comes out and scoops kids.
All right, I've seen that one before. All right, that's what that was.
So William's daughter dies from this. She possesses Baby now. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
During all of this, there's what William then kind of like secludes himself a little bit away. And once again, some of this is speculation, but for the most part, it's considered as canon as it can be. Because William is away doing his remnant things, which we'll get into in a second, he leaves his sons, the older one, to take care of the younger one. So you have Foxy, or you have the Foxy brother, and then the crying child.
Right.
Now, I will say this now. The crying child will be important. Immensely important. Like, ridiculously important.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Foxy bro. Ooh, Foxy bro. DeviantArt, can you guys just stop for like a day? Oh my god. Why was that the first result? I don't... Okay. Okay, so there's Foxy Bro and Crying Child. Okay? Foxy Bro is the older brother. So, because William is off doing his thing, if I can remove William. There we go, purple guy. Okay, William's off doing his thing with the animatronics, with Baby and Bonnie and all of them. Henry's out of the way now. Okay, so you got Foxy Bro and Crying Child. So, what ends up happening is, as an older brother does, he torments Crying Child, his little brother. Constantly jump scaring him and making him terrified and all of these things. So, one day, what he does is he decides it would be kind of funny if he just picked up his brother and threw him into the mouth of one of the spring lock Freddy suits.
Naturally, as one does.
As one does. So there's a little thing with the spring locks. If they get touched by water or get wet in any way, they malfunction and crack. And this kid is crying as he's put in... How do I do this? This is the most editing I've ever done, I swear. As this kid is crying in the mouth, the jaw shuts and kills him.
Like that.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah, that was the bite of 87. It was not the bite of 87. That was the bite of 83.
Bite of 83.
So there's a bite of 83 and a bite of 87.
Okay. All right. I knew there were two. I knew one was 87. I knew the other one, if you called it 87, you got flamed for it, but I didn't know when it was, so bite of 83. Got it. Let me write that down.
But bite of 83.
Bite of 83, crying child, do not mix with bite of 87 or get the Jesus treatment. Got it.
Get the Jesus treatment. Okay. All right. Now, like I said, Crying Child will be important later. Okay. For now, he's gone. Crying Child's out of the picture. We don't care about him. Golden Freddy's gone. He's out of the picture too. Foxy Bro actually becomes important, and so. Okay. All right. Also, fun fact: we actually never get a solid, concrete answer for the bite of 87.
Really?
We still don't know.
Who was bitten?
We don't even know. We don't know who was bitten, why, or by who.
Okay.
We have been asking this question since Five Nights at Freddy's 2 came out. And there's a lot of theories, and some of them are good, but there's no solid answer. Oh, okay. I did mention Charlie. That would be Henry's daughter. I did mention Charlie. She'll come back here in a second. Okay, so now that that a family has been broken, William hates his oldest son. So to get back at his oldest son, what he does is he's like, well, I have all of these experiments I need to run on kids. Why don't I just use my own kid? I already hate him. So he uses something called a sound disc. Before someone tells me this isn't canon, it is definitely canon. It is outright almost confirmed by the books. He uses these things called sound discs, and what those do is they make it so the animatronics can look any way that William wants them to look by messing up with human sensory locations by using a sound chip.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to ask you like a one question really quickly about this that's kind of unrelated.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people who are throwing out like concepts and speculation of what Springtrap would do in Dead by Daylight, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're saying that his power would most likely revolve around sound discs. How do you think there's any way that would work in DBD? Do you have any idea how that could?
So here's the thing, because I haven't done a video. I was gonna do a video back in November on this, on speculation on what Springtrap's power would be. Sound disk isn't a bad thing. The problem with that is that it's not a very well-known concept from the franchise. When I'm sitting here, I'm trying to think of this from the developer's perspective. Mm-hmm. They're trying to bring an identity of this character that people know them as, right? When I think of FNAF from a general audience perspective, there is two words that come to mind for me.
Mm-hmm. Jump scare. Yeah, that when I did a concept video, like it must have been like 2 or 3 years ago at this point. Like I said, I was most familiar with the first 3 and a little bit of what the games had been up to at that point. And my whole thing was he was basically like a hunter from Left 4 Dead, where he could pounce on people, and there was like a yellow glyph style interaction between the killer and the survivor, and whoever did better won the interaction, so to speak. So if like the killer won, they got insta down, but if the survivor won, they got away with only being injured or something like that.
So the other thing with it is, because the biggest thing I think of with Five Nights at Freddy's, for better or worse, is jump scares, right?
Right.
The second thing I think of is cameras. Now, we have a camera killer, but we don't have a killer who gets seen through cameras.
Right.
So my other speculation is that there will be somehow like camera stations around the map, and you can like look through them, and if you see him, it like hinders him or slows him down, or you can maybe just because in Five Nights at Freddy's 3, which we'll get to, it's actually kind of later in the timeline, but in Five Nights at Freddy's 3, you can lure Springtrap away by activating audio sounds of children laughing.
And I was going to mention that and ask if maybe the sound disc could be a survivor weapon, similar to like the turrets, where they could put it down somewhere, and maybe that would throw off some kind of information ability that the killer has as like a diversion.
That would be interesting. Maybe he gets a killer instinct proc, like a fake one.
Oh, that would be interesting, because I don't think we've seen a fake killer instinct before.
Yeah.
So it'd be like they might be there, but they might also be like a fake. Ooh, that's interesting.
Because and the reason for this. So once again, this is where speculation comes in. The reason why Springtrap goes to the children's laughter, there's two forms of speculation for this. Either one, William Afton is just that bloodthirsty and wants to kill kids, which I don't think is impossible. I just think it's not likely. He's not stupid. He literally built robots that can kill children. The second speculation is the one I like more. Once again, not in canon, never been proven, but I like this idea. Since he's trapped in the animatronic suit, when the children laughter happens, the suit takes over and takes him towards it.
Oh, so it'd be like a forced movement thing.
Yeah.
Ooh, that'd be hard to make not feel awful, but that would be an interesting mechanic.
Sky, if we had a speculation or it's just a theory counter, I don't think we have enough numbers for that.
That would be incredible, though. That's just speculation counter.
He could use Vince, but how do we differentiate that from Cino? They could be above the map, and maybe survivors can go in them.
Ooh, so it'd be like hold on, HSH, Home Survive Home, I think.
Oh, home. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't think it's actually.
Yeah, because that game had a mechanic like that, where like you went into it. So did not VHS last year. Both of those games had that.
I think
where it was like a teleport.
I think it would be interesting. It's just like the problem with I guess it wouldn't be that hard to do. They could like just rig the skeletons to do the animation, I guess.
Of like getting in the vent.
Yeah.
There's also, you got to remember, the portals exist now, so there is some kind of like code, like basis for that.
That is true. Either that or the map is going to be like FNAF 3 and there's going to be hallucinations. That's another thing. Hallucinations are also a big part of FNAF 3, which is where Springtrap's from. And they don't do anything. They just like make you heavily breathe and turn off all your cameras and stuff. But Springtrap's power is weird because he doesn't actually really do anything in the game.
Mm-hmm.
He just kind of walks around and catches you.
Yeah,
you lure him away with sound. So I don't know what Springtrap himself would do other than like my idea I had a long time ago was similar to Michael, where he stares at you, and if he stares long enough, he can just teleport right on top of you, like a jump scare.
So like a mixture of like Ghostface and Singularity. That's interesting.
Yeah. Would that be good? Probably not. But that's my best thought on how they could like make a jump scare work that wouldn't just be like doctors screaming stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Also, yeah, Phoenix did point out that it is common speculation that the Night Guard in FNAF 2 is the one that everyone thinks the Bite of 87 was. Once again, never been proven or outright said, but highly speculated. Added to the count.
Okay, interesting.
Hang on. So where was I? Oh yeah, FNAF 4. I was on FNAF 4. So in FNAF 4, William is basically torturing his son for killing his other son by getting him bit by the other animatronic. So he uses these sound discs that make the animatronics look like this.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
as opposed to normal Freddy.
Yes. So the reason why it's speculated that this is it's the older brother, because if you look at the animatronic right here, see how it has teeth in the stomach?
Right.
So the implication is that the top teeth represent his brother, and then the bottom teeth are his sister, who was scooped by Baby.
Mm-hmm.
Because why else would he see this? And this kid's name, by the way, is Michael. This is Michael Afton.
Mm-hmm.
So you got Michael Afton, and then you've got William Afton over here. Not Bonnie. Stop. Not fucking Michael Afton and William Afton and Michael Afton. There you go. Billy. All right. So after FNAF 4, after all this torturing happens, this is where the timeline gets kind of funky, because nothing really happens between then and then. So the next technical game in the franchise supposedly is Sister Location.
Okay, so it goes
none of the
FNAF
games.
4 then.
Yeah, well, okay, FNAF 4, yes.
Right.
Then not the gameplay of Sister Location, not the flashbacks.
Okay.
Yeah, so the gameplay of Sister Location is supposedly the next one in the timeline. And what's basically happening is William told Michael to go to sister location and find his sister. That's supposedly what happened. Once again, we have no specifics on this is what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now's when an actual story starts to come, and I can stop explaining so much. So, while Michael's down there, he goes through his basic tasks and meets Baby and meets Ballora, who's another animatronic that never gets brought up again for some reason, and Funtime Freddy and Funtime Foxy. And he goes through all 5 nights. On the 5th night, Baby tricks Michael into going into the scooper room. The scooper room is the room where the animatronics would go in and have their innards scooped out. Mm-hmm. The purpose of this was to get remnant from the children. We'll get into remnant in a minute. Trust me, it will become relevant. I promise.
Right.
Anyways, since Michael's in the scooper room, he gets scooped as a human being.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other animatronics, Baby, Ballora, Freddy, and Foxy, use Michael as a skin suit to go outside.
Oh, and that... Okay, and... Sorry, that brought back... No, that's when it... And then, like, in the game, it shows, like, him walking through the neighborhood as his skin, like, slowly decomposes and everything.
Yes,
yeah.
That's how he becomes purple.
Okay.
Yes. So, what ends up happening then is that the innard, as they're known, realizes the body's decaying and leaves the body. They go into the sewer. And they're gone for a little bit. We'll get back to them in a minute. Michael doesn't die. The reason why he doesn't die is because the scooper still had remnant in it. And what remnant does is it brings things to life. So because he was exposed directly to it as a human, he can't die now. Technically. Once again, we'll get into that in a little bit. In the meantime of all of this happening, William has been going to the other restaurants, back to the original restaurant, and finding the old animatronics that were haunted and trying to get the remnant from them. So he's doing all this. While he's doing this, the souls of the kids escape, and they want to still haunt him and torture him because this is the man who murdered all of them.
Naturally.
So William goes into the back room and he sees a spring-lock suit. So he hides in it because it's like the symbol of the thing he used to kill the kids. Because he would hide in the suit, like, you know, and lead them towards the back room and then kill them that way. The running theory is that because it was raining outside, it's like leaky because it's like an old building. Water gets on the suit. And then the spring locks shut and kill William right then and there. Now, the speculation, once again, I know I use that word a lot, but none of this is ever concrete because it's never ever said, is that there's remnant and agony. So,
right.
Remnant...
Okay. All right, I'm braced, don't worry.
Remnant is a material that comes from the death of... How do I explain remnant versus agony? Agony is like rage. Like it's remnant but rage. Remnant is like fear.
So it's like it's a remnant that's made from rage and fear.
Yes.
Okay. And remnant is just kind of made out of a general
remnant.
passing of
it's made of like a horrific thing happening is basically what causes remnant to happen.
Okay.
And then agony. Well, no, Matt, it's never confirmed that remnant only comes from children. It's never confirmed. It's not said it's ever thought.
Well, Spring Boy, right?
Yeah.
He's an adult when he dies, and the remnant is the thing that's kind of keeping him around, right?
Yeah, but he got the remnant injected into him. No, are you talking about William or Michael?
Yes. I'm talking about William Springtrap.
So when William is agony is what causes him.
Okay.
Um, okay, Remnant's basically the fear of children. Okay, I'll concede on that point. Remnant is the fear of children.
All right.
Agony is just anger. It's William was so mad and narcissistic with himself that he couldn't die. Basically, his body and soul grafts to the springtrap suit. That's basically what happens. Now, the room he was locked in wasn't on any blueprints. It wasn't. You can't see it in cameras. The suits aren't able to go back there. It's completely off limits, and it was boarded up. Apparently, Henry. I'm going to use the word again. It's speculated that Henry boarded up the windows. I did say the fear of kids, Matt. That's what I said.
No fearing children, but the fear of kids from kids.
Agony is only ever told from children. Wait, what? Anyways, the details of that aren't really important. I'm just trying to get over the basic story. So William is it's stuck in the suit in the back room where no one can find him. He's stuck there for we don't know how long. The speculation is 30 years.
Okay, all right.
So Michael, after getting his innards sucked out and being a walking corpse, wants to go find his dad. So he starts going to every single restaurant to try and find his dad. That is where Five Nights at Freddy's 2 starts. So, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is the... Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is based, and 1, technically speaking, is just Michael going to the restaurant to try and find his dad. While he's there...
Okay, so... Yep, go on.
So while he's there, he's also trying to dismantle all the suits and get rid of any evidence and try to set the kids' souls free as he can. Next...
Right.
Next in the timeline would be Five Nights at Freddy's 3, which is years later. Someone can correct me on the timeline. I forget how long it is. I think it's 30 years. I always forget. It's either 30 or... Whatever. In the distant future of 20... I actually think the game says it takes place in 2025, actually. Which is kind of funny. They open a theme... not a theme park. A horror thing called Fazbear's Frights that is based off of the stories of the kids going missing and dying in the restaurants. So at this point, they're wise tales because whoever did it and why the bodies were never found, blah blah blah. No one got caught. So Michael is a security guard there. So what ends up happening is they on the second night there. They bring in Springtrap because they found it. Now, Springtrap still has William inside of it.
Right.
And he recognizes his son. So once again, the running speculation, as I keep saying, because that's all you have with this fucking franchise. Okay, I'm going to get rid of Purple Guy. Purple Guy means nothing now, okay? Purple Guy is just Springtrap now. Okay. We're going to get rid of Bonnie and Freddy. I hate how this works. Okay. Golden Freddy is irrelevant for now. Henry will come back. Bonnie doesn't matter. Where's Freddy? Freddy Fazbear. Okay. All right. And Nightmare Fredbear doesn't matter either. Okay. So Springtrap in the haunted thing with his son, who's a security guard. So what ends up happening basically is he waits till the 5 nights. I'm assuming, like, once again, we don't know why he stays the full 5 nights, but he stays the full 5 nights and he burns the place to the ground. Now, Remnant supposedly can only be destroyed through extreme heat. So that was basically the plan there, is to try and kill his dad for good and rest all of the souls finally. This doesn't work, by the way. It never works. So
this is a horror franchise. It will never work.
Anyways, so Springtrap is burned, not dead, but burned. Hang on, let me get a fire effect real quick. I'm gonna make this legitimate fire. Close enough.
Please tell me it's just gonna be the fire emoji.
No, fire. Just fire on the grounds. Right there. Springtrap is just fired. Okay. So that is so far all of the games in the franchise. Things get a little bit simpler from here. I use that word very loosely. Trust me, it's about to get worse. The next game in the franchise is Pizzeria Simulator. So in Pizzeria Simulator, you are a franchisee of a Freddy Fazbear Pizza. And your job is to basically run a restaurant like you normally would and try to get kids to come.
Right.
However, there's also a thing called Paragraph 4, which is basically a thing in your contract that says if any animatronics end up in the back of the restaurant, you have to bring them in and salvage them. So the animatronics that end up coming back are Baby, who was kicked out of Innard at some point. Apparently, they had a group discussion. By the way, we figured this out through 2 websites talking to each other.
2 websites talking to each other.
So there was ScottGames.com and I believe it was FNAFWorld.com. Someone can correct me on the exact websites. In their source code, I'm not kidding you with this, in their source code, there was a conversation happening. And if you put the 2 conversations together, it was a full-blown conversation between Ennard, or the pieces inside of Ennard, which, remember, that's the thing that went inside of Michael earlier, and Baby talking and disagreeing, and they kick Baby out. So Baby is no longer part of that group. She's on her own. She comes back as Scrap Baby, which I will find. Let me just say that I don't know how people are able to figure this crap out, but that they do. They do. So there's Scrap Baby, who used to be inside of Innard. Can I not spell Molten? I can't spell Molten. Also, Ghost, I saw you there, by the way. Then we have Molten Freddy, who I still think would be an amazing Dredge skin, by the way. We have Molten Freddy. Springtrap is there still. Springtrap ends up coming back. I'm not using his design for Pizzeria Simulator because it's stupid and I hate it. Because they changed it for some reason. I don't know why Scott changed it and made it look so bad. And then I
remember watching like a video essay about how Springtrap's first design was perfect, and then they just ruined it worse and worse every single time he gets reintroduced.
So Scott has made it clear he doesn't like reusing models.
Okay.
That's why he redesigns Springtrap every time. And then Lefty. We'll get into Lefty in a minute. So these are the 4 you end up scrapping. Or salvaging. So what ends up happening is the entire point of the pizzeria was to bring all of the rest of the animatronics together. So you got Baby, you got Ennard, who is basically just an amalgamation of a bunch of the robots that are left, Springtrap, which is Michael, and Lefty here, if Photoshop would work. Lefty here is the puppet.
It's the puppet.
So Lefty was built as a trap for the puppet.
Oh.
So if I can't paste that. My folder is about to look so weird at the end of this. So this is a very low res image. Of course it is. Great.
Okay.
hang on. No, I'm going to find a better res. Hang on.
Oh, I think I saw where you're going with this.
So basically, there's an image of when you find Lefty. Okay, that's a better one. So if you look in the left there, you see the arm?
Right.
So
yeah,
the puppets, who I haven't really shown, which, by the way, the puppet is Henry's daughter.
Mm-hmm.
That will become important in a second. So there's the puppet. So the puppet's inside Lefty.
Right.
So I'll put that there. So basically, all of the animatronics that are left. Spoiler, I appreciate that. Thank you. It really does mean a lot. We're explaining FNAF lore. Sorry. I know nothing about the lore, but did Michael switch with William? William Afton is the psychopathic murderer inside of the spring suit. Michael Afton is his son, who I will get into in a second, who is basically the one who's running the restaurant. Henry, who finally comes back into the picture and actually means something.
Mm-hmm.
Henry is the one who set this entire thing into place. And what he wanted to do was he wanted to get all of these animatronics, all of the ones that were left, bring them into a building, trap them in there, and then burn it down. And finally kill them all for good. Now, once again, as you said earlier, this is a horror franchise. It doesn't work. And we'll get into that in a second. William also dies with them.
Right.
Because William was the one running the restaurant at the time. So the whole thing was just a trap. That's all it was. Right. And now it's gone. It's burned to the ground. It's all over. So all these guys, including Henry. Henry never gets brought back up again. He doesn't matter anymore. The puppet, we'll get into that in a minute. Lefty, gone. Molten Freddy, we'll kind of get back to him in a minute. Baby, gone. So the only one kind of left is Springtrap. And here's where this gets complicated.
Right.
All right. So, FNAF AR. Or, I'm sorry, VR.
FNAF.
The base story of FNAF VR, which is... Also, guys, if I'm not going over something very specific, brevity. I'm using brevity. This is something that literally people have made 9-hour videos on. I have a life. So why is that so?
And honestly, I think that's part of the problem that's caused so much of like the strife, if you will, around Springtrap getting added to DBD, is the fact that the series is so complicated and so unapproachable that it makes people like try and figure it out. They, for whatever reason, they can't keep up with it. Maybe they don't find somebody who can explain it well. You know, maybe they try and do it on their own, which may God have mercy on their soul, apparently. So I think that's probably where a lot of the problems come from.
I think Sting and Hawkins did a video that basically went over, it was a retrospective of the entire series up until its security breach. And I think that's one of the better videos going over it, because the way he does it is it's actually a retrospective on the games and the community itself at the time on each and every game.
Oh, interesting.
So, but what he does is, because what I'm explaining to you is stuff we've learned over the course of all of the games.
Right.
Like, we didn't know who Springtrap was. Like, we didn't even know Springtrap was a thing until FNAF 3.
Right.
We didn't know anything about Sister Location or Baby or who was in the puppet. The puppet was introduced in FNAF 2. We don't get an answer for who's in it until Pizzeria Simulator.
Oh, really?
We get no explanation on the puppet until Pizzeria Simulator. Also, Springtrap sitting down there with his eyes like half. It's actually kind of funny. So FNAF Help Wanted, or VR, or whatever you want to call it. The story of this game is that you are a beta tester of a video game. I am not kidding.
Mm-hmm.
Because what the Fazbear Company wants to do is they want to help their image get away from all those nasty rumors of kids going missing and dying and haunted suits of animatronics. So they hired a rogue indie developer who, I am not kidding when I say this, is Scott Cawthon.
Oh, okay. So he's in. All right. So Scott wrote himself into the lore. All right.
Yes.
This just got like Stan Lee. All right.
Like, in the game, there's a picture of him.
He's just in the game. Wait, is that where that picture of him in the sunglasses comes from?
Yes, that's where the picture comes.
That's where it comes from? Okay. That's incredible.
So they hired a rogue indie developer to make the FNAF games. So the games are also canon in the game universe. You see why this gets complicated?
Wait, you mean like the
games, like
the actual, like the full games, not like the little mini game segments that I know.
Like the games themselves are canon in the universe.
Oh, that's some Inception stuff. Oh, that's weird.
Well, no, and that's why there's a running theory where like none of the games actually happened, and that's why when FNAF AR or VR happened, it was like kind of like a reset button. Give me a minute, and I'll explain to you why that's not true.
Okay. All right.
So you're basically testing this game, and you start to see. Let's see if I can get a good image of him before he's fully formed. I can't. Great. So you see this little guy. This is Glitchtrap.
That's who that is. I remember seeing pictures of that because I think that came out right around the time that I was maybe a little before or after whenever the whole like springhead trauma happened. And I remember seeing pictures about that, and that's from the VR game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So the ongoing theory, we'll get into exactly what this is, but the ongoing theory is that this was William's first suit. Before this one. Why did I make that transparent? Why did I do that? No, not Pix. Okay, there we go. I don't know how or why I made that transparent, but yeah, you can see the resemblance. It's there.
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
So, what ends up happening is you end up seeing the Glitchtrap inside the game, as the tester. And you find these tapes, and with the tapes, one of the tapes is basically another beta tester going over what's happening, and she's talking about how she's starting to see this too, and she makes it very clear: don't gather up the tapes and don't let him go. And then for some reason, on the last tape, she says, "Let him take control." And if you do that, you get stuck in a box. And Glitchtrap is on the other side of that box. And he just waves to you and then walks off. The ongoing theory is that he is now controlling your body.
And this guy's name is Glitchtrap, right?
Yes. So Glitchtrap is... Okay. I have to ready myself before I say this because it sounds insane. I need to remember it's a video game universe.
Okay.
Glitchtrap is William Afton's consciousness put onto a circuit board that was then implemented inside of a video game.
Okay. All right.
And
that is quite a loaded sentence, yeah.
Through some power of remnant or agony or something, he is able to control people while inside of the game if they let him take control.
Wait, so if they were to be pulled out of the game, because this is a VR game, right? If they were to be pulled out of the headset, would he still be in control of them?
Yes, that's the speculation. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Wow,
Someone correct me if I'm wrong in chat. Feel fucking free, because listen, even if I know it, I don't know it. Okay. Next game in the timeline is finally Security Breach. So, Security Breach. Okay. What Sword Art Head logic is this? Don't question it. So, Security Breach. So this is when most people say the franchise started going downhill. Security Breach. What happens in Security Breach? Glitchtrap is gone, by the way. We don't talk about Glitchtrap anymore. He does come back, but kind of in a different way.
Okay.
Why does it keep doing that? I hate this. Save image as. I have to get some assets ready. Hang on, I'm gonna need all of them. I swear. Okay. Any. Chat, what's the kid's name in Security Breach? Gregory. Okay. Gregory, you have to use the vents like in Among Us. Freaking video.
Please say Security Breach is a breather.
Is a breather? No.
What do you mean by sky? What do you mean by that sky?
No, Security Breach is not a breather. Oh my god, dear god, no.
Okay, so
it's probably like one of the more important things. Okay. I think I have everything I need except for one. There's one very important one I'm missing. We're missing Glamrock Freddy. Trust me, this is important.
Glamrock Freddy. Oh, I've seen that guy before. Oh, okay.
Okay, alright. So next. Now that we're on to Security Breach. Security Breach, we don't know when it takes place. We don't know what's going on with it. We don't even know its true connections to the other games. It is connected, though. Also, I love how I didn't get rid of the fire, because it actually still kind of remained important. So, in Security Breach, you play as Gregory, who is this little fella here. I did forget one character. I forgot White Woman Jump Scare. Hang on. Okay, there we go. There's White Woman Jump Scare. Okay. Alright, so you play as Gregory. And Gregory is at the Pizzaplex, which is this giant multiplex pizza mall go-kart thing. Think of like a giant amusement park, but it's indoors. Which I'm still surprised has never actually happened. Because that sounds amazing. Anyways, while he's there, Glamrock Freddy and the bandmates, Chica and Roxy over there in Montgomery Gator, they are performing. And during the performance, Freddy glitches out. This causes the Pizzaplex to shut down early. They send everybody out. Somehow Gregory stays in and ends up meeting up with Freddy. And they start working together. Vanessa finds them and wants to get Gregory out of the out of the Pizzaplex. That's what happens.
Okay.
Already on Security Breach. I'm surprised we got here this fast, Phoenix, if I'm perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, we're trying to speedrun it, I think.
Okay, so why is Gregory in the Pizzaplex, want to stay in the Pizzaplex, and doesn't just leave? Is a good question.
I was about to say, wait.
Never gets answered.
I was about to ask if Vanessa was a second protagonist then, because you phrased it like she was the antagonist, but everything you said about her sounded good.
So, remember how I said Glitchtrap can take over people's minds? So
okay.
supposedly, he took over Vanessa's mind, and she has an alter ego when this happens, called Vanny. If I can find her. There she is. Vanny!
I like how the entire bottom of the picture is just rabbit ears.
Rabbits are very important. Anyways, Vanny, who is out to kill Gregory. Now, Vanessa is still important to this. Supposedly, the reason that Gregory doesn't want to get caught is because he thinks he'll get in trouble. I'll get into the lore on why here in a second. It's, once again, a lot of speculation, and people don't like the answers, and it's not fully concrete. Anyways, basically, he's being chased down by Vanessa and Vanny the whole night. And he ends up going underneath. He fights off Chica and Montgomery Gator and Roxy Wolf. And him and Glamrock Freddy end up making it to the basement of the Pizzaplex. And while down in the basement, they figure out that the Pizzaplex was built on top of the thing in the pizzeria where Henry had all of the animatronics together and burnt it down.
Oh, so they built it over the pizzeria sim.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And while they go down there, I actually did forget one more. It's only going to be here for a second, so it doesn't really matter. While they were down there, they found a thing called the Blob. He's only going to be here for a second. They see the Blob. The Blob is literally every animatronic in the series in one contained blob.
Okay.
Instead of the Remnant killing all of them, apparently it mushed them all together. So, while they're down there, they also find... If I can find him, Burn Trap, there we go. They find Burn Trap. I'm going to get rid of Vanny. She isn't important anymore, I swear. They find Burn Trap, who is Springtrap, but burnt.
Natural.
So they have to fight him off. So the canon ending of Security Breach, and this is where things get confusing. There's 5 endings to Security Breach.
5. Okay.
The canon ending is supposedly Gregory gets Vanessa away from Springtrap's influence, and they all leave the pizzeria all safe and sound. There's a lot of things that lead to this being the case. However, it still isn't outright confirmed. Can I get rid of... I can get rid of... Crime Child is still there for some reason. I'm going to get rid of him. Gregory's still there. I can get rid of Springtrap. Okay. Alright. Okay, we're going to move away from Gregory. Actually, no, I'm gonna keep talking about Gregory real quick. So, the running theory for Gregory is he's a robot.
So the running theory is that Greg is a robot. Okay.
Yes. So, remember the Crime Child?
Yes.
Blue shirt with stripes on it. Brown hair.
Oh, okay.
So the ongoing theory is that he's a rebuilt version of the Crying Child. Now, people don't like this theory. However, what I will get into is there's a bunch of tapes in Security Breach that imply that he is also killing people and hiding out in the pizzeria. Or the Pizzaplex. Apparently, he has a room in the Pizzaplex. You can find it and go to it. And he has notes scribbled everywhere, and it looks like AI writing, and
Wait, so Gregory is killing people and hiding out in the pizzeria?
Yes. How the fuck do I... Because I have no free time, Sky, and I hyperfixate on things. Shut up. So, Gregory's there. Okay, all right. Okay, that's it for Gregory. That's it. Vanessa isn't important either anymore. Glamrock Freddy isn't important either anymore. There are 3 characters that now become very important. Chat, what is the name of the girl in Ruin? I forget. Oh my god.
And Ruin was the DLC, right?
Ruin was the DLC for Security Breach. That is next in the timeline. What is her name? What is her name? Cassie. Okay. Okay. I'm going to use the same image every YouTuber uses of Cassie because apparently it's the only one you can really find. Okay. Next, we have Cassie. Cassie, and this is where things get interesting. So Cassie gets a message from Gregory to go find him at the pizzeria. So this is after security breach. The building's burned down. It's like in crumbles and all of this stuff. So she goes in and she's trying to find Gregory through a walkie-talkie. She has to put on a Vanny mask. Turns out Vanny is not just a cool name. It actually stands for something, and I forget what it is. But it's basically a security mask that technicians who work at the Pizzaplex can wear to see the place in AR.
Okay.
So, while she's using this, chat, what is the name of the AI in Ruin? The bunny AI? Bunny AI Ruin. Maybe that'll bring it up. I forget his name. He's just called the Entity for some reason. So there's also this AI that's trying to stop her that looks like this. Because of course it's a rabbit. It's always a rabbit. There's actually no theory that has figured out who this is yet or what it is. All we know is it's a security measure to stop people from getting too deep into the Pizzaplex. And the reason for this, once she gets decently deep into the Pizzaplex, she finds the Mimic.
All right.
So, the Mimic. I will get into this. I'll get into what the Mimic is in a second if the name doesn't give it away. The Mimic lured Cassie into the Pizzaplex by pretending to be Gregory. While she is down in the place Gregory was, where he found Burn Trap, she runs away from it. And in the supposedly canon ending, we still don't know which one is canon, she finds the sister location scooping room.
Oh.
Now, the reason why that's very important, so sister location took place under the house in Five Nights at Freddy's 4.
Right, I was about to ask about that, because, like, that would mean that... Wait, it was under the house in 4?
Yes.
But I thought this was built on top of the thing for Pizzeria Sim. So did they all take place at the same place?
Pretty much. Except for 1, 2, 3, and... I didn't even mention FNAF World. It's technically important, but not really.
Okay.
Most people forget it exists. Don't worry.
I understand that FNAF World was basically like...
Oh, right. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. The bad ending is actually canon. My bad. But in one of the endings, we find a scooping room for sister location, which means that the pizzeria from Pizza Sim was built on top of sister location, and then the Pizzaplex was built on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how that works from a landscaping perspective, but yeah. Anyways, the canon ending is that Cassie gets stuck in an elevator and it falls. And then she actually hears back from Gregory. So, the Mimic. Okay, I'm going to explain the Mimic real quick. The Mimic is just like what it sounds. It is an AI that is designed to learn from other things by watching them and being imprinted with them by mimicking them. Which is the whole point. So there actually is a book that is canon to the games. It's the epilogues, actually, that are canon to the games. And in one of the epilogues, the Mimic is brought in and basically told to remove the arms off of robots and, just throw them away. Now, it does this job just fine, and then it runs out of robots. So then it sees people. And then it starts ripping their arms off. So, because this thing is a mass murdering psychopath, technically speaking, it's a robot, it can't actually be a psychopath. Anyways, they lock it away in the basement. So, once it's locked away in the basement by concrete and steel and completely gone in an area that no one should be allowed to go to and blocked away by the AI Mexus, which is the bunny whose name I just realized is on the file name, and I should have realized that. No one was supposed to find this thing, and it tricked Cassie into finding it and letting it free. So now it's going around. So that is basically the ending of that. There is one more game in the franchise, two more, because I don't know anything about Into the Pit, which came out like 3 days ago, which is Help Wanted 2.
Oh yeah,
Help Wanted 2 was the second VR game. So this one's a little bit more complicated to talk about because it's not really important, but it sets some things up.
So this takes place after a security breach, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So, in Help Wanted 2, we are playing a technician, just like in Help Wanted 1. And we're doing a bunch of minigames. And at the end of the minigames, we can take a bunch of plushies we found throughout the game and put them on gravestones. And if we put them in the order that the original 5 children were supposedly killed in, we get to go downstairs and open a chest. And in the chest, we find a Bonnie mask. Now, because I didn't have full visual aids, this won't make any sense. But if I find this...
Matt is okay says, yes, it's weird because Help Wanted 1 technically doesn't matter, but Help Wanted 2 is the big lore dump.
Yeah, technically Help Wanted 1, like, kind of set up security breach, but not really. So here's the bite of 83. This is the scene. So you'll notice there's Michael right there in the front. There's his brother, casually inside the jaws of Golden Freddy. This guy behind him is wearing a Bonnie mask.
Oh, okay. So is it trying to imply that we're playing as him?
Yes, and Cassie is his daughter.
Interesting.
The reason why that's implied is because in Ruin, when you find a technician wrench, or a Faz wrench, or whatever they want to call it, Cassie says that it's just like her dad's. So her dad's a technician. In Help Wanted 2, you're playing as a technician. On top of that, she also mentions that Bonnie was his favorite of the group. Now, those two lines don't mean much, but when you put them together and then imply that, and then remember this little scene. So what Stillwool did, because they're the guys running the show now, was they took this scene and were like, okay, let's see what happened to the other 3 people, basically.
That's interesting.
So Michael's dead. He's burned and gone. Crying Child is a robot now. Spring Bonnie back here in the back is... We don't know. Once again, remember how I said Burn Trap? Well, that's technically not canon.
Okay.
That was one of the not canon endings.
Wait, Burn Trap was one of the not canon
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. What's wrong?
Oh, okay.
What's wrong? What did I say was wrong, Matt? That Michael's dead? We haven't seen Michael since Pizza Sim. That Michael's not dead? I thought that wasn't confirmed. I thought Michael being Glamrock Freddy was just a theory that no one had confirmed. It's a good theory, don't get me wrong. I've always liked it, but I thought it was never confirmed.
FNAF should have ended at 6 after Henry dropped the sickest monologue known to man. I agree entirely.
Have you heard the monologue?
The entire... Yes, I've heard it. I love it. It's one of my favorite things about the franchise. Everything I know about FNAF 6, I know because that monologue went so hard I looked into it
It's
to see what was going on.
good. The darkest pits of hell will be waiting. That's just such a good ending in transmission. That is, it's so hard. I love it. I didn't even talk about Ultimate Custom Night, which is another thing we'll get into here in a minute, because that is important, but we'll go back to that. I want to get through the main lore real quick, and then we'll get into like the little itty bits. So yeah, basically you're playing as the Bonnie character here. And Cassie is his daughter. That is where we're at with the lore.
Okay, so we're pretty much caught up. You know, it only took an hour and 20 minutes. That's
Yeah,
that's not too bad.
Ultimate Custom Night.
Okay.
So Ultimate Custom Night was a free game that Scott released that has someone correct me if I'm wrong, it's like 83 characters in it.
Oh, it's that one. Yeah, I remember that one.
It's like every character that's ever been important and not important to the franchise. The implication is that when is it 50? It's just 50. Okay, cool. I don't know why I thought it was 83. So Ultimate Custom Night is supposedly William in Hell.
Right.
So the implication is that when William was burned, that's the child inside of Golden Freddy, the one you should not have killed. I don't know if you've heard that said before.
Yes, I've heard that phrase.
Keeps him locked there, basically in purgatory, to forever suffer for what he did. It's... he's even haunted by the spirit of himself somehow, twice. Don't ask how that works. But we know this based on a lot of voice lines. Ultimate Custom Night actually solved a lot of things. We know the first kid killed was Susie or Chica. We know that was the first kill. And the thing with that is that it actually messes up the timeline a bit, because the ongoing theory for a long time was that Charlie, who's Henry's daughter, was the first one killed. But if she wasn't the first killed and Susie was, that means that the 5 kids were killed first. Then he killed Charlie, which is Henry's daughter. Then he kills 5 more kids. It's...
Okay.
On top of his daughter dying and his son getting killed by being bitten in the bite of 83, on top of Michael coming to find him and then becoming an undead corpse. So I will bullet point the FNAF lore real quick.
Okay.
William and Henry start a restaurant. William kills 5 kids. William kills Henry's daughter. Henry's daughter possesses a puppet. The puppet puts the souls of the kids in animatronics. The animatronics haunt the restaurant. The restaurant gets shut down. The restaurant gets reopened. William uses this to start killing more kids. William then starts making animatronics to capture kids to study the effects of the haunting through Remnant. William then leaves his brother or his 2 sons to take care of each other. Older brother kills younger brother by putting him in Golden Freddy's mouth. Golden Freddy, that kid haunts Golden Freddy. By the way, that is also heavily implied. William then tortures his son by making him go through experiments. William then realizes or gets told by his father. His father goes back and tries to find the old animatronics and destroy them. Gets stuck in a spring lock suit. Dies, comes back to life. Gets locked behind a wall. Michael then goes to start looking for his father. Can't find him anywhere. A haunted attraction opens up. They find Springtrap. Michael finds his father. William finds his father. Michael finds his father. Michael burns down the horror attraction, tries to kill his father, doesn't work. Henry lures all of the animatronics to one location. It burns down, being a trap. Then security breach happens, and that's the lore. I just summed it up in like 3 paragraphs, chat. There we go.
Perfect, yeah. Hard to think of a better speed run than that.
It took 10 years to get to that point.
Yep, I remember the excitement. That's another thing I think a lot of people kind of leave out when talking about the franchise. Is how like the hype and like the excitement of the community around the games like fed into making the games what they are, and that's part of why they're so complicated because they changed a bit.
Yeah.
I don't know if this was ever confirmed, but I remember hearing somewhere at some point Scothen said he said that he heard a theory that was so good he just decided to roll with that because it was better than his original idea or something like that.
I think if I remember right, chat can correct me on this. He's retconned, I think, one thing is what he's confirmed. And teases. People forget about the teases too. Hang on, FNAF 3 teaser. Like people forget like this. This image was a teaser for Five Nights at Freddy's 3. We're not going to talk about the box because no one knows what's in the box. Scott even said he doesn't remember what was in the box. We're not talking about the box.
Okay, but to be fair, from what I've heard, isn't the box's whole thing that whatever's inside it is best left forgotten? So what if he's just messing with the community by saying that he forgot it?
No, I legitimately believe him. I legit believe he just forgot. So
that would be very funny.
There were okay. Okay.
The box you opened it. I forgot.
Was that the bite of 87?
Come on.
Was that the bite of 87? No, it was the bite of 83 actually, because Scott decided to make 2 bites for some fucking reason. So, like, okay, the box. I'll talk about the box. In FNAF 4, if you beat FNAF 4, there is a box at the end of it. It has 2 locks on it, and it says some things are best left forgotten. And we can never open the box. We've never been able to open the box. There is nothing in the code that says what's in the box. Nothing.
Har 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 har.
That almost worked, Phoenix. I'm not gonna lie. Hang on.
Scott was supposedly going to say what was in the box in FNAF World because they're a PNG of the box with no locks on it and there's a PNG with it actually opened.
Okay, so we have the box and it's never opened.
It's never opened. Scott was going to open it. That is true. He said he was going, or he didn't say he was going to, but the box was in FNAF World and supposedly it was open. I said not supposedly. It was open. The PNG was open, but nothing was in it. So we still don't know. But the ongoing theory is a few things. The big one that I actually think is the most likely, and I need to make this very clear, this is based on what I have heard and seen. I think it was his son's body.
That's a rather large box then. Okay.
And the reason I think that, at the end of FNAF 4, there's constant talks of someone saying, I will put you back together. And it's probably William talking to his son while he's in a coma after getting bitten in the frontal lobe. The box had a hot dog in it. There we go. Solved. Theory solved. It makes the most sense, honestly. So at the time of FNAF 4, there was dream theory was starting to get thrown around a lot. The supposed one retcon that Scott did was that. We don't know for sure at all what the retcon he did was. Supposedly, from what a lot of us can kind of figure out, is what was basically going to be said at the end of FNAF 4 was it was all a dream. Because in one of the things that Scott said during a podcast game theory was doing, he said, and I quote, what often is seen in it by a child is misconstrued.
Right.
And in FNAF 4, there's a scene of William helping someone into a suit. Now, to a kid, for all they know, he was stuffing somebody into that suit and killing them.
Okay.
So that was where that kind of started. That's not the only thing that kind of made it Dream Theory kind of come into play, but it was the big one. And the supposed theory at the time was that all of the games were a dream. And in Phoenix, that was very recent though. That they confirmed FNAF 4 was experimental gas.
Was
yes,
the gas alongside the sound disc thing?
Well, so in the books it's gas, and the sound disc is only mentioned in another one of the books. So it's honestly it's up in the air on which one it is. You give him time. And Axolotl brings up a good point. The reason why people think that Scott basically retconned the Dream Theory thing was because if it came out that it was Dream Theory, people would be pissed.
Yeah, no, that would not go over well.
Does it make sense? Yes. Does it work from a thematic perspective? Yes. Is it amazing? No. It kind of sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Matt wasn't the one who brought up Dream Theory though. It was a bunch of other people did too. I've seen it on the Reddits. I didn't think it makes sense. It's a dream. Or it's a coma. It's a coma theory. That's the other one that people often bring up. Not for FNAF, but in like other media.
Right.
But But the box was never answered, and I just love that Scott. He had an interview. He did an interview with Daco a few days ago, actually, for the 10th anniversary, and he literally said, "I forgot what was in the box."
Yeah, I remember hearing about that because, naturally something like that got a lot of people's attention on it, especially with the franchise as big and convoluted as FNAF. The possibility of him confirming or denying anything brought a lot of eyes and discussion around.
Yeah.
And I remember him saying that the reason that security breach is all over the place is because he didn't even tell the dev team what the lore of the game was.
Yeah, he did. Which is one thing, I'll give him credit for this, because I've seen the behind the scenes of the movie. Apparently he did a really good job with making sure there. So he learned his lesson.
Yes. And really, that's the thing that impresses me the most with Scott. I know he's been in a couple of controversies, but from everything I've heard, it seems like he takes criticism incredibly well, and he learns from it.
Do you know the story of how FNAF got made?
Chipper and Sons, right?
Yes. A bunch. One of the biggest criticisms for that game was that the characters looked scary. So he took that criticism and ran with it. He was like, "Fine, if I can make it look scary without trying, I'm going to try this time." Matt pushed it the most. That's true, yeah. But I think like Matt pushing a theory on the because once again I didn't agree with what's his face being Freddy. I didn't agree with that at all. And that was one that Matt pushed a lot too. A lot of people didn't agree with that one. But I mean, like I think people forget as far as this game becoming like as iconic as it is. The first FNAF, and I don't mean to be dramatic by saying this, it changed gaming.
Yes, it did.
And I think people fail to, like, I don't want to say comprehend, but understand that. It completely changed gaming.
Yes.
Especially indie games. I mean, how many games come out that, like, purposely try to do what FNAF did? From the lore to making like like child-friendly things scary to making like mascot horror. Like mascot horror is its own franchise now.
Yeah, I was going to mention that too. I think that FNAF had a really massive impact on horror in general. Because we have seen just a general. Obviously we still have some old school like horror movies now and then, but a lot of horror has become generally a bit more approachable for younger audiences. Think of things like Megan, for example. I think Megan is something that, with a little bit of It's very, very close to mascot horror, and that's a license that I hear a lot of people talking about getting into DBD.
Yeah, and I mean, like, if I was to pick one of the mascot horror franchises, I think FNAF is the one that makes the most sense. On top of that, I don't care what anyone's... Hang on. Into the pits.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can pull it back. Get a fucking good image.
Yeah.
God damn it. You mean to tell me... Because I hate it when people say, oh, FNAF is a kid's franchise. It is. Don't get me wrong. It is. You mean to tell me this shit right here isn't terrifying to you? Like, a psychopathic murderer stuck inside of an animatronic suit that he killed children in.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't fit Dead by Daylight?
Yeah, I could understand. I think that's what I was trying to say earlier when I said, I think a lot of like the horror that makes the franchise scary isn't immediately obvious. Something like Friday the 13th as an example, or Hellraiser, right? You watch that movie, you see people get chopped apart, you see people like all kinds of horrible things, all kinds of scary things, right? But you play FNAF and it's like a GIF with loud noise. The scariest thing that's ever been in one of the games directly, at least to my knowledge, has been the FNAF 1 death screen, where you see like your eyeballs poking out of the little suit thing.
Oh, yeah. Alright,
So I think
guys,
that's
fine. The angry eyes look a little dumb, I'll give you that. But fucking, like, that's terrifying. If I met this thing in a back alley somewhere, I would be fucking losing my mind in terror. Like, and like, I don't get how like Chucky and Trickster can fit, but this is where we draw the line. I don't. It's what I like. And the argument of
go on.
I was gonna say the argument of it's for kids. I mean, there's plenty of horror that's for kids. People want Megan. That's PG-13. That's technically for kids. It's not, but it's. We know how ratings work.
Yep.
Even I've said this so many times. Trickster fits. It's Patrick Bateman, basically. It's the kind of horror they're going for. They're going for glam horror with that. The idea of a celebrity abusing their power to kill people. And yeah, and a lot of the horror from FNAF comes from the atmosphere of the games. That's the other thing. A lot of the horror from FNAF you can't really show or convey. You have to have someone play it.
Right. Yeah. Yoshi worded that pretty much perfectly, yeah. I think.
And as far as the lore goes, like, yeah, the lore is complicated. I mean, I just spent almost 2 hours going over it, and I didn't even go over everything. I completely avoided.
That was the abridged.
I avoided one of the games completely because it technically matters, but it doesn't. I didn't even bring up like the kids because we actually know who the kids are. I didn't even talk about Midnight Motorists. Jesus, don't get me started on that one.
All right, I won't. I'll take your word for it.
Okay, all right. Midnight Motorist is a mini game in Pizza Sim where we play as Orange Guy.
Ah.
I'm not bringing up Fazgoo. That's the books. It doesn't matter.
Talk about Fazgoo? What?
Fazgoo. There's also I could talk about the Bonnie the Bonnie Nemos. Or the time that in one of the books where Springtrap gets a guy pregnant.
Okay then.
For kids. Okay. So basically there is a all right, how do I even start?
Talk about Mad being impregnated by Springtrap.
How do I even start with this one? Okay. In one of the books, there is a story that basically talks about someone testing FNAF 3. And somehow, during the testing, he ends up getting pregnant. Not exactly. and a mini springtrap bursts from his stomach.
It's like an Aliens type vibe, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And the guy's name in the story is Matt. That's true. So
that is one of the most absurd power moves I think I've ever heard of. That's hilarious.
oh my god. Oh no. Did you hear what happened in the movie?
I've seen the movie.
So in the movie, Matt Pat's in the movie.
Right.
And his character's name is Ness.
Okay.
Do you know why his name is Ness?
Because of the Sans Ness theory, I'm sure.
Scott was very explicit that it had to be Ness. Oh my god. That's the ultimate power move.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
But, like, I mean, and after hearing all that, all of that, I still don't know what his power would be.
Yeah, I feel like, honestly, I know Springtrap is the one that we all want. Springtrap's the one I want. But I can't help but wonder if it would almost be better for William Afton to be the survivor, and then to have someone like Golden Freddy or the puppet, the killer. Because, like, with the puppet, for example, I think the puppet would be very easy to implement as a killer.
The problem with doing the puppet... The problem with the puppet is she's a very tragic character. She was just a random... Well, not a random, but she was just a little girl who just got murdered by some psychopath out of supposedly jealousy and envy. And now she's vengeful against the person who killed her, but it's... My speculation, and I said this a while ago, I actually think the killer might be Vanny.
Then who would be the survivor?
I don't know who the survivor would be regardless. Because it can't be Gregory.
Right.
Can't be Michael. They're both kids.
Well, Michael's like Nancy and Steve age, right?
No. Well, we don't really know his age, but based on his height, he's not too much taller than, or too much older than his brother. He's probably like 3 or 4 years. In one of the books, there's actually an older brother and a younger brother who kind of go through the same dynamic. Once again, the books are parallels. And they're like, I think the younger brother is 8 and the older brother is like 13.
Oh, really? Yeah. I always thought that Michael was like 16, 17.
No. I mean, once again, it's never confirmed. We don't really get ages in the series. Vanessa survivor, Vanny is the killer.
That would be I think honestly, having a killer and a survivor be the same person is a really interesting concept. But I think Yoshi's right with them doing the movie.
I legitimately just... I think that could work. I just don't know what they would do it. Because the other thing is, because if they do the movie version of Mike, then they'd have to do the movie... Like, I feel like they have to do the movie version of Springtrap. Which, I mean, I would love to have Matthew Lillard in the game. That would be amazing.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. Especially if they can get him to do voices, because they're working on the second movie now, and it's probably... Isn't the second movie coming out next summer as well? And that's why they've got the chapter?
Yes. I think it's next year.
So if they're working on the second movie, and Springtrap is in the second movie, maybe they'll, maybe we can get a more authentic version of Springtrap than what was in the first movie.
Oh, the first movie... What? Yeah, I mean, the second movie's definitely... I think it was the one criticism was Springtrap wasn't in it enough. Or not the one, but it was probably the biggest criticism. That and the fort scene.
I thought that was funny.
I thought it was funny, but it was like so out of nowhere, and like they'd never done anything like that in the games. So it's like, but then again, they never really interact with kids in the games. So
right.
And yes, a dredge blob skin, please. It just makes so much sense.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
But Like, I mean, the other option, and I hope they don't do this. This is the one I really hope they don't do. Like, I don't want them to do Vanny, but I can live with it.
Mm-hmm.
The one I don't want them to do is the Mimic.
Oh yeah, yeah. I could see them doing it too. That's probably one of the ones that would have the most interesting. Oh yeah, no, that would be bad.
Because the thing is, and this is why I never thought it was actually going to happen, right? Is because if it's put into the game, behavior has to, like, Scott is very protective of this franchise, at least for the most part. And I don't think he's going to let behavior just have the reins and do what they want. I think...
And you know what? Go on.
Huh?
Oh, okay. I was just going to say, a year ago, I would have said that was a good thing, but they have been cooking with the killer designs recently.
But my point is, like, so depending on the survivor and if it is Springtrap, the lore and stuff that is implied with the game is going to be very finicky. Unless Scott straight up comes out, which he might, it's possible, and is just like, nothing about this is canon at all.
Mm-hmm.
Because, so Into the Pit, which is the game that came out recently, I don't know anything about it. I haven't watched anything on it. The book it's based on, or the short story it's based on, is about a time-traveling ball pit. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
All right. I've heard weirder time-traveling objects, namely a hot tub, but still.
Time-traveling ball. Anyway, my guess on how they're going to get Springtrap into FNAF or into DBD is with that. Or what Yoshi just said, the Ultimate Custom Night version, where he's burned, but now he's stuck in purgatory. And
I'd imagine they do that, because the entity's realm is often described lore-wise as kind of a purgatory, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Some kind of, like, eternal torment. So I feel like that would make the most sense, really.
I just... It's just like, could they do Springtrap? Probably. And I think it's the one everyone wants. The other option that I don't hear anyone bring up, because I've heard people bring up the Mimic, I've heard people bring up Vanny, I've actually heard some people say the Puppet.
Right.
The one I never hear anyone bring up is Baby.
I think that's because having a killer called the Baby when Victor's already in the game is going to be a little weird.
The Baby. No, she would just be called the animatronic. I'm sure that's what they're going to call it. But Baby... So, remember how I said she basically gets possessed by William's daughter?
Right.
That's not entirely true. So, she is possessed by William's daughter. But she is, how do I put this nicely? A manipulative psychopath.
Oh, wonderful.
She does kill her brother, to use his suit as a skinwalker. To be fair, she did think it was her dad. That's never outright confirmed. Nightmarion is a cooler... Oh, Nightmarion's another good option, actually. I didn't even think about that. So Nightmarion... I actually don't know the canonicity of Nightmarion.
I only know them as, like, the face in Ultimate Custom Night, right?
Yeah.
I don't know where they're from, what causes them.
Nightmarion is supposed to be, like, the evil version of the puppet.
Right.
I don't know the lore behind it, if I'm honest with you. I don't know if it's only, like, canon to Ultimate Custom Night. What's your guess?
Also, okay, Zimmy, I don't know how to say it, but the stomach claw thing, I was thinking about that too. What if this is like the most cursed timeline, but what if Baby becomes a Deathslinger skin? And her aim is opening the chest.
You want Crispy Bonnie? Oh, it's Nightmare? Oh my god, it better not be Nightmare. I showed Nightmare earlier. So Nightmare. I love how Google knew what I meant when I typed in Nightmare. It was the first thing that came up. So Nightmare is this little guy here. Once it loads. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, Photofia. I think Photofia crashed.
Oh no.
No, wait. Okay, so this is Nightmare. I did not make him transparent. He is just naturally transparent. The Nightmare is the final night of FNAF 4. So it's basically the Nightmare version of Golden Freddy, but black now. Because it's cooler, I guess.
Okay.
I can't see this happening just because he's not iconic enough. But the way he works is he breathes. He has a human brain inside of him somehow. And the ongoing theory is that on night 6 is when the crying child dies. So this is basically death coming to his door. That was back when Dream Theory was a thing.
Right.
Now that it's not, it's just an amalgamation of Michael's nightmares being brought to life, I guess. Once again, the plush trap Chucky skin, I would buy that on the spot. But like, I don't like, even if it is Springtrap, like, and let's go with it, Springtrap. I still don't know what the power would be. I genuinely don't know. Because
I feel like he'd be... Oh, go on.
I was going to say, because, like I said, when I think FNAF, especially FNAF 3, I think jump scares, cameras, and that's really it. And children killing. And putting in a code in a tile in the wall. I will, hang on, I'm going to let Matt take that one for me. Hang on one second. I'm going to find this. I'm going to find this. How is there not a clip of this?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Jesus Christ. I'm committing. I'm committing to the bit. I don't care, Chad. I'm committing to this. It was this one.
These suits. A incident. The one starts on. Overall, the timeline we see 5 Fazbear's.
There's the furry suit line.
The first hired to Afton to give gifts that can make, as we point out, can't moonless suit. You see, shut its trailer. They a 80 subscribe button is really just a.
I'm gonna find this. I give up. I give up. Chat, someone find it for me. It's a funny line delivery. I don't care. Anyways, yeah. So there's a secret in FNAF 3 where you have to put a code into the wall panels.
Right.
When I'm looking for the part in that video where Matt goes, "Really, Scott? Really?" that I don't know. I think it's a funny line read. Anyways, but like I don't know what his power could be. Like I said, my idea is like the best I can come up with, honestly speaking. Because they would have to implement the cameras in some way. I feel like it's too iconic to the series to not do it.
Yeah. That'd be very hard. It would be interesting to see, like you said earlier, with like the camera slowing him down, but what could he have that would like how do I say this? What else could he have to warrant such like a massively abusable downside? Because Xeno has the turrets, but Xeno also has crawler mode, which has a variety of buffs to it. So what else would he have to make up for the fact that the cameras can hinder him?
I just can't, like, he can crawl through vents. Like, that's something he does in the games. And maybe not even, like I said, maybe they don't slow him down. My other idea is, I kind of actually really, really like my idea of fake killer instincts popping up around the map. Stealth killer, vents for mobility, jump scare ability that hinders survivors, cameras to locate him, screwdrivers to close vents, suits around the map to place survivors in as a replacement to hooks. That would be cool. That's never going to happen. That last one definitely is never going to happen. But that would be cool as shit.
That would be cool, and they did they did make it where Xeno has custom hooks on every map. So who knows? Maybe there could be something like that where it could just be technically a hook skin.
The rest of it, though, Yoshi, I can totally see that. Him being a stealth killer is
kind of a given, I think.
I guess it makes sense for him to be a stealth killer. I guess it does. Because he's like hiding in cameras and hiding in plain sight, even when he's not, before the whole springtrap thing.
Right.
It's... Hey, Bennett, when's the watch along to Into the Pit? Never. I'm waiting. Okay, I'm waiting. I'm giving like 2 weeks for the game to settle before I even play it. But it's like I said, I don't know. Like I don't know, like, honestly, how they could implement Springtrap in because like if all it ends up being is like he has like he can crawl through vents like Sadako can, sure, I'll take it. It's still Springtrap to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like as long as the cameras are in there in some way, shape, or form, and there's some way for him to, quote, jump scare the survivors, I think that would work.
Okay. Yeah.
Found it at the beginning of the FNAF Mystery. Back to my YouTube.
I will say, I feel like they've had less to work with before. When it comes to some of these licenses that they've adapted very well.
Mm-hmm.
For example, the one that comes to mind is Pig. Obviously, the bear traps were a given, but the bear traps couldn't be her whole power, so they derived an entire power from quite literally one scene where she ambushes someone.
Oh, it is right at the beginning.
Dial pad. In regards to that last one, I have two things to say. First off, well done to you guys for figuring it out so quickly, and secondly, Scott, seriously. Seriously, Scott? Oh look, here's a wall. Let me just dial in my phone number. Beep boop boop beep boop boop. What? When did we jump from a point-and-click horror game to magical fantasy? This thing is like platform 9 3/4. I expect Harry effing Potter to apparate into Pirate's Cove or something.
It's so stupid. I love it. Thank you, whoever found that.
Yes, thank you, Oki, for finding that. That's
so stupid. I don't know how anyone figured that out, by the way. I still don't know to this day. They found it in like an hour, by the way.
Really that fast?
This community is insane. Okay?
Yeah, I know.
I mean that in the nicest way possible. They are fucking insane. I bet that was off script, probably. I specifically want the vent and screwdriver mechanic from the idea the cameras are are just necessary, and jump scares would be an M2 ability with a stealth ability. Like, I think that the big question with the jump scare aspect would be, would they literally implement a jump scare mechanic, or would they kind of just let it happen naturally? Similar to like
naturally.
Yeah, similar to like Ghostface and Myers jump scares.
Mm-hmm. The reason I say that they would do it probably naturally instead of having something actually pop up on your face, as close as it is to the games, and they do try and take authenticity of the games. That's why Pyramid Head's Torment PNG is so low resolution. I don't know how else to explain it. They do try and match the vibe of the original games.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem with that is the Doctor had like the jump scares, and they removed it because it was a massive accessibility issue, and it caused potential strobing light stuff.
Well, I mean, I think the difference here is that it wouldn't be happening all the time.
Maybe, yeah, but it's still a concern,
mm-hmm.
I think. Especially after they got, rightfully so, completely bullied by the community for the Trickster bug and their handling of that.
Yeah, that's fair. It's just... I mean, what else is FNAF other than... And I'm trying to be as reductive as I can to try and get a general idea here. Cameras,
right.
Jump scares. Like, what else is Springtrap?
I mean, that's pretty much it, yeah. I definitely think this is going to be a license that they're going to have to be a little creative with.
Well, there is another thing they could do. Especially if they take from the movie.
Okay.
And I know Pixel Bush kind of pocketed this theory a little bit. Springtrap can control the other animatronics.
Interesting.
Because in the movie...
So he wouldn't be like a physical killer.
Well, no. He would still do that, but it'd be very, like, kind of similar to Night.
Like Night? Okay.
I don't think that would... I wouldn't like that, but...
Yeah, that would... I don't think we should have another Night in the game. Respectfully. Nothing against Night players, right? But I don't think that having another character like that is a good idea, because the two times we've had AI-controlled, characters with AI-controlled companions, mm-hmm. Nemesis and the Knight, the companions are often very hated for various reasons. Whether it be the killer hating how useless their companions are, like with Nemesis, or survivors hating to play against the Knight, unless they have a window that they can just kind of face stuff repeated.
Maybe they can take soul and agony from survivors like Oni. Yeah, but then you... well, what would the transformation be? I want the jump scare to be like Chuck Dash, where you charge in... Wait, you charge it to scream, and then at them, they get hindered, cover their ears or something. That's an idea. I mean... Because the FNAF 3 jump scare is often, a lot of people say it's not good. It's literally like just Springtrap kind of just like coming into frame. He doesn't jump or anything. He's kind of slides in like, hey, how you doing?
I want to... sorry, go on.
I was going to say, I feel like if they did the jump scare right, it could definitely be a mechanic.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to mention something that I think both of us forgot. When we were talking about things that are kind of iconic to the franchise, and that is the style that they ramp up difficulty. Of every hour gets more difficult, and every day is another jump in difficulty.
That is true.
When I did my concept way back when, I'm not saying that this is a good idea. The game was in a very different place at the time. This was like 2 years before 3-gen meta. I had an idea where maybe he would gain some kind of stacking buffs to various parts of his power, depending on how many generators were left. And the less generators there are, the stronger his power is. So, like, the inverse of what Freddy currently is. Rest in peace.
What if we just go full on, just make him Myers?
Just make him Myers.
He just stalks people the whole match, and as his stock meter goes up, he gets more powers. We don't really have a late game killer, do we? I think I've talked about this. We don't really have a killer whose like kit is designed around in-game.
I think the closest is Trapper and Hag.
Yeah, that's true. And when I say in-game, I mean like you never really played League, did you? Right?
No.
Yeah. So in League, there's a classic character called late game scaling characters. Basically, they're characters who suck at the beginning of the match, Kale, Nasus, Vayne used to be one. She kind of changed. And they suck. For the beginning of the match, they're not that great. Once again, depending on who's piloting them, blah, blah, blah. They're not that good. But when it hits the late game, they are unstoppable killing machines. Nasus gets to a point where he can basically one-shot people because he built up stacks throughout the match from killing things, including the minions. And eventually he can just bop and just kill somebody. Vayne does, I'm going to say a bunch of math phrases here. I promise I can explain it. Vayne does maxed health true damage. So she does true damage, which you can't build against because no defenses stop it, based on how much your max health is. So the higher your health, the more damage she does. Not your current health, your maximum health. So the later the match goes, the more health you get, even naturally. So the later the match goes, the more damage she does naturally.
Ooh.
And then Kale starts off as a melee character, and then as the match goes on, she outranges everybody. She attacks faster than everybody, and she can eventually get to a point to where she can do AoE damage with her basic attacks. So she starts off terrible, and then she slowly gets to a point to where she also has an ability where she can't die.
Oh yeah.
Just throw that in there. So she becomes once again an unstoppable force when the late game hits. We don't really have a character like that in Dead by Daylight, do we?
No, and the more I think about it, I think the more it makes sense because for like the character of William Afton as well. Because let's face it, you try and get away from him by burning him alive, well, guess what? Now he's a circuit board who's possessing people while also, being a burned corpse in some basement. Like, the more you kill this guy, the more he comes back like a Hydra, man.
Why does it sound more ridiculous when you say it back to me than when I said it the first time? It's just like I legitimately don't know. That's a cool idea, and I would love to see it because, like you mentioned, the closest we really have is Myers, Trapper, Hag. More so Hag and Trapper for late game killers. But even then, they're not really designed specifically for the late game or the into the match, right?
Right.
But a killer that's specifically designed to kind of suck at the beginning, which all of them kind of are. The early game is the weakest part of the match for a killer. But one who's designed specifically to be bad, and then each generator popping is like an hour on the clock, or like a day passing in the games, I could definitely see them doing something with that.
My only concern with that is I wouldn't want them to be able to hold a 3-gen very well. Because, I know I keep mentioning this, but when I made my concept for it a long time ago, that was kind of something like all the perks were designed to help him hold a 3-gen. And, at the time, I think that was okay, but nowadays we have so many good 3-gen perks, like Eruption, like Surge and everything, that I don't think it's... I'd more want to see them genuinely want to be endgame after all the gens pop, like they get a crazy power boost.
My only rebuttal to that would be the implementation of the 8 kick thing.
Oh, maybe, yeah. Maybe it wouldn't be too bad.
Maybe it would be a little annoying, but I don't think it would be like Skull Merchant top of Chess Merchant levels of bad. And it would still have to be balanced because the other concern there. Yoshi, just DM me. Yeah, just DM me the link. I'll pull it up. My only concern there would be you're kind of punishing the survivors for doing their objective.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, we haven't really had a killer who kind of does that.
The closest thing is like Alucard Shield and that one iridescent for Plague.
Yoshi, what is this?
We left Afton and now we're friends again.
Oh.
Really a Whopper? With the springtrap sauce? The man behind the Whopper.
What brain rot did I just watch?
Oh no, Yoshi got an ad as we were reacting to it.
With the springtrap sauce. I'm getting too old for this shit. That's another thing I do want to bring out with FNAF. I was talking to Turkey about this on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Yoshi's back. Yoshi, I have no idea what I just watched. I have no words. People, often say they don't want FNAF because of the fandom. Especially, and the biggest thing is, I don't want a bunch of kids in Dead by Daylight. I said this in my video on FNAF when I was talking about the news. I don't know if you guys know this. There's a lot of kids who already play Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, it's a lot more than I think people realize. At one point, my channel analytics, and obviously this is a bit skewed, at one point 30% of my viewers were under 18. That's a pretty large amount.
I haven't checked mine in a while. Mine are 24 to 35, actually.
I don't check them very often, especially like that detailed stuff. But I do try and do it. Like back then, I did. It was like 30% was under 18, and another 30% was like 20 to 25, if I remember right. So here.
Why did someone send me some Michael scream from...
Michael! Don't leave me here! Michael! Michael! Help me!
No, that makes me laugh. I don't know why. That shouldn't make me laugh. Fucking terrible. But the big point I was making, though, is like, this game is 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I got into the franchise basically day one. So 10 years ago, I was 20. Time is linear. If someone got into the franchise when they were 16, they're 26 now.
Right.
Like, even if they're not like massive fans anymore, like it's still probably part of their childhoods. Because it was for a lot of people. And like, I don't know. I got into FNAF when I was 10. Wait. Yeah, so you're 20 now. Yoshi was 14. Yeah. He's 24 now. Like the fandom isn't just children.
And here's another thing I think people are forgetting. If people want, people don't want this to come into the game because it will bring a bunch of kids. But if this is already like one of maybe two most requested licenses, that means that fan base is already here.
Mm-hmm.
They're already here. It is too late, you know?
On top of that, like, once again, I heard some people complain, like, this means I won't get my franchise. I don't know where that comes from, because what do you mean you won't get your franchise now? What do you mean? We're not the game's not dead.
I don't get that either. Like, yeah, you don't get it now, but I mean, now that Springtrap is confirmed, we know when Springtrap or whoever the FNAF thing is coming. We're not gonna hear. You're never gonna see another video clickbaiting Springtrap as the next potential killer again. That's done. We're done with that. You never have to see that in your feed again.
Now it's gonna be Candyman and Jason.
Yeah, it's gonna be Jason now. Yeah. But this opens up, a lot of discussion because, I was always really like supportive of like this IP coming to the game, but even I was kind of tired of it always being like there was always like those 2 or 3 people who would put Springtrap in the thumbnail was like, guys, I swear on my mother's grave, it's really Springtrap this time, and their evidence for it is like, Scott Cawthon is gonna sneeze on Tuesday, and that's when the chapter comes out. So that's obviously.
Were you
FNAF
around for like Half-Life 3, like when it was confirmed every other day? Like it was the same. It was the same thing. It's like. Also, I don't talk bad about most content creators. I really don't.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to say the name out loud, but there's one that was mentioned in chat that I will talk bad about. And yes, their wallet is probably hurting now. Or they just got a big boom. One of the two. I hope it's not the latter. Anyways, but I don't understand why people are so scared to have the fandom come into the game. The FNAF fandom, like every fandom, because I can name any franchise in the world, and I guarantee you everyone will say the exact same thing. Oh, it's good, just don't go near the fans.
Mm-hmm.
It's every franchise ever made.
It really... Oh, go on.
I was going to say, it's just how it is now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And FNAF really... Yeah, there are some really, like, bad apples in FNAF. Once again, Silver Eyes Kid.
But even then, like that's just I wouldn't even classify that as bad. I would just say that's a little cringy, but whatever.
No, the person I'm okay. I'm trying to. My hesitation here is I could tell a story about them, but I don't know if Twitch and especially YouTube would allow it. So here I'm gonna hit you up with a little DM, and I'll tell this story if you think it's okay.
I think I know this. No, I don't. You said it was a... I'm a Ruby and a Rick and Morty fan. Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
This wasn't the Silver Eyes Kid. This was another one, but
I mean, I wouldn't want to.
yeah, like
here's how I'll word that to be Twitch and YouTube safe, and I'm sure
Okay.
my chat is smart enough to figure out what I mean. They were drawing very inappropriate pictures of specific characters from the franchise. But once again, and I say this a lot, that's every fandom.
yeah, no, it's every fandom, and once again, I don't think FNAF is even like bottom 50. You want to talk about bad fandoms? I mean, let's talk about Homestuck here. You remember early to 2010s when those guys were out in the public? Oh,
Homestuck, Rick and Morty, Undertale. These are just the recent ones.
Can't forget Sonic.
Sonic. I mean, the Sonic fandom basically created the internet.
For better or worse.
Yeah. Why does Twitter exist? The Sonic fandom. I don't even care if it's a lie. It's true. It's one of those weird reasons to not bring something into the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like I mean, and once again, let's not pretend the Dead by Daylight fandom is Saints. Like, I mean, how many people tell people don't play Dead by Daylight because of the community? How many people say I say that daily? Like, it's just such a bad reason. I don't know. I don't think it'll really change much. But at the same time, I also talked about it with the thing too. The delusional people, I will say, are the ones who were like, no one wanted this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you have been around in this community for as long as you have and think that is true. Every other day, someone was saying Springtrap was getting added to the game. Every other day, someone wanted it in the game. The tweet that Dead by Daylight put out announcing FNAF was the most liked tweet they've ever had. By a long shot.
I know it hit like 500,000 impressions in like 5 minutes or something crazy like that. I didn't know it was that like it blew up that big.
For context, Nemesis and Wesker, someone checked this, 50K. Which is a lot, don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But in comparison.
How much does it have? Okay, I'm pulling it up right now. Where is it? Wow, they post a lot on Twitter. Wow.
Second most was Attack on Titan? Are you serious? I mean, I believe it, but really?
Okay, so it's sitting at just under 300,000 likes right now with 33 million views, 101,000 reposts, and about 16K replies.
I'm at least 4 of those reposts, to be fair. Attack on Titan's the second. That's insane to me. But I guess it makes sense.
How much does AOT have?
I have no idea. It's just someone in chat said that. Okay, how much does the Attack on Titan one have? It would take me forever to find it.
Yeah, if you know it, if you don't know it offhand, that's okay.
People saying no one wanted this definitely weren't here for the Pinhead. Oh my god, were you here for the Pinhead teaser?
My brother in Christ, I was one of those people. Are you kidding me?
So was
I was one of those people, straight up, and I will admit to that. The videos are taken down now, not because I think it's cringe or anything. Actually, I think it's really funny that I stared at a hallucination. I stared at a single image for so long I started having like schizophrenic hallucinations of animatronics, and then convinced 11,000 people to watch it. That's funny to me. But yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize this, right? I was like the forerunner of those people. Here, let me open up the YouTube backend. I took them down purely because after like a year or so after it came out, right, I got a comment, right, of somebody who didn't realize the video was like a year old, and they were like, oh my goodness, I'm so excited to to see this coming to the game. And it was like, oh wait, this is still getting pushed to people, and I took it down because I didn't want to inform people, right? Here, let me.
I get comments on my Decisive Strike video I made a while ago of people saying you'll never get buffed. To this day. God, I have bad news for you guys. But I believe that it was 167K, but I mean, that sounds about right, but that's still like, it's half of that. It's half of what the FNAF one has. The hype around this, once again, I'm curious because Behavior never said. I don't know if they did that on purpose. I feel like the 1987 thing was way too perfect to not be on purpose.
Yeah. I even had a video talking about like, okay, some of these I can understand being like the fans going crazy, but some of these were way too intentional. Like 1987, including that around the hype and everything, that was intentional. Hellraiser also happening to spell out like William Afton's catchphrase or whatever. I could see that being an accident. But that one, they knew what they were doing with that one.
Fun fact, did you know Chucky and William Afton are the same catchphrase?
Yes.
They had no reason to show 1987 when they were literally showing a scene from the film on screen. Yeah, that's another thing. The VHS and the TVs, like once again, like kudos to them on the marketing team because they knew what they were doing. There's nothing to do. Chucky versus Springtrap Death Battle.
That would be interesting.
Well, one can't die, and the other also can't die. That would just go on forever. It's not a death battle. It's just fucking. I don't even know what you call it. Both always come back. I always come back. But like Springtrap's power, like we talked about it with the in-game thing. I think what they could do, like I said, every time a generator gets done, like an hour passes in the clock, and maybe like he gains like movement speed or power recharge or something like that. I'm still stuck on the idea of his power just being he stares at you and then jump scares you. Or goes through vents. Like, it just makes too much sense to me.
I wouldn't mind that. My only problem is, once again, that feels like it's kind of stepping on Ghostface and Singularity's toes, but if they could find a way to make it more interesting, I totally wouldn't mind that at all.
Can I ask why you put Morpheus in the thumbnail?
Oh, because it's just funny.
Oh, he's holding... Can I show this?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I sent it to you so you could put it up on stream. I even spoilered the other thing so you could show it on stream and that wouldn't be on screen.
Oh my god. I mean, it's the pill, I get it. It's just...
Yeah, it's the pills thing, yeah. Those videos, yeah.
The other one with the boxing.
Yeah, no, that's the, yeah, no, those have all been, hidden for several years. I think the day that I took them all down, my channel lost almost 300,000 total views. Like, I enjoyed doing those videos. They were fun in the moment. Looking back, I'm like, yeah, you know, it was Pinhead, but there were some things that were, like you said, very obvious. And I think it's really funny because anytime I tell someone who, like, watches my unknown content that was me, they kind of, like, have a, you know, they have to do a double take.
It was crazy. I wish they would do more trailers or more teasers like that, where they kind of did it with Chucky a little bit, but it didn't really work. Where they it could be one of two killers, but I think that was just a perfect concoction of it.
Yeah, no, I think the reason they don't do that anymore is because of how we like handled that. I'm using the royal we here. That was I blame myself here.
The killer is anime toy Chica from Ultimate Custom.
I hate that I know what you're talking about.
We haven't had a Sandere killer, so why not? It's new. Unknown teasers went hard. Yeah, they did. No, don't get me wrong. That's one of the best ones they've done too. But like, I mean, we can all shit up behavior all we want. Their marketing team knows what they're doing. I mean, like, even like Legion. Like, I mean, I know we're all kind of mad about it now, but at the time...
Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Legion was when I was just really starting to think about getting the game.
It's just insane to me. That one, by the way, for people curious, my guess on what happened there is that the marketing team was not on the same page as the designing team, and they were probably using the original version of Legion that we still don't know about. That was more than likely them being able to become survivors. And the marketing team had to work with what they had.
Yeah, I think that happened with Unknown as well. Because as we know, behavior has really compartmentalized themselves with the recent leak epidemic that's been happening. So I think that might have happened with Unknown a bit too.
Yeah, more than likely. Will this be a podcast? It won't be in the normal rotation. I'm probably going to drop this Sunday or something. I don't know. I'll make a
It'll
video.
probably be up somewhere.
It's just like, I don't know. So Springtrap, like, I can't understand how some people just don't get why people are hyped about it. I can't. Don't get me wrong. I understand why people aren't hyped about it, but like, I don't get how you guys can't see it from the outside perspective.
I think it's just kind of the DBD community, for better or worse, is also a very emotional community. And so I think when they see something that they don't like, they kind of go, I don't want to say they throw a tantrum, but it really does sometimes feel like a toddler stamping their feet.
I mean, some things are justified. Like, the Trickster situation, 100% justified. I think, because I was even part of that. I think all of us, and once again, like, I hate using the word, but we kind of were, but for a good cause. We were all kind of whining about it for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Justifiably so, but, we do tend to do that. It's hang on a second, chat. I'm gonna put something on screen so we have something to look at. Of course, it's like the first thing that shows up.
Oh no.
There. Okay, that's gonna be a loop now. um, this is the greatest thing to come out of FNAF ever. It's like I don't like. Like Springtrap is just FNAF in general. Like I heard people telling me it's not iconic and all this stuff, and it's like, what the fuck do you... My mom, she's like in her 60s, knows what FNAF is. You cannot tell me like it's not iconic. Like I don't understand where that idea comes from. I just don't. Is it just people being upset and like just not liking the franchise that much?
I think so, and I think it's also a lot of people, they don't really... I think a lot of people, everybody's heard of FNAF, especially like older, everybody's heard about FNAF,
Mm-hmm.
but they haven't seen its effects on modern horror, and they haven't realized they don't know enough about FNAF to realize that it was the cause of everything, I think. Like, Poppy's Playtime, Hello Neighbor,
Bendy.
Bendy, Garden, all those mascot horror, they all exist because of FNAF's success, right? And they have all tried to varying levels of success to kind of replicate its formula, even if that means the poor Hello Neighbor Twitter intern having to beg MatPat to do a theory on them.
Honestly, I think it was a combination of a few things. I don't think it was just FNAF. I think Dark Souls actually helped it too.
Really? Dark Souls?
Well, because Dark Souls, like, one of the big appeals of that game was, like, the lore and, like, the story wasn't in your face. You kind of had to find it.
That's fair.
And it was about, like, Dark Souls came out in 2011? 2012?
Somewhere around there.
Demon Souls was before that, but Dark Souls is the one that popularized it. But, because it was getting popular about the same time FNAF was. So I think that definitely also begged it. That's part of the reason, and for a while there, we're kind of still feeling the effects. That's why a lot of games and like movies and stuff kind of stopped doing like story per se and more focused on lore.
Yeah.
Because, and I blame people like me because I hate story in games. Ironically so, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of story in games, personally. I think I've talked about this before. The way I see it is if I want a story, I'll go watch a movie or read a book. Because I can watch a movie. I can watch a movie in 2 hours and experience the story. If I want to re-experience the story of a video game, it's even a short game is like 8 hours.
Yeah.
Like, I'll just watch a video at that point, you know? It's one of my biggest criticisms of modern gaming as a whole, but I think a lot of people like me kind of like started investing things, and it became the norm to just like make your game more about lore. And that's not really what I wanted. I wanted more just games to just tell stories in ways only games can, but that is not an easy thing to do. And not very many have done it. Which my way of doing that would be like emergent storytelling.
Right.
Because that's like Breath of the Wild is a very good example of that. That game was basically built on emergent storytelling, right? No one really talks about the main story of that game. They talk about like the crazy stuff that happened because of stuff they tried to do. And then there's like the idea of gameplay being part of story, but the problem with that is that a lot of people don't like that. A good example is I'm trying to think of a really, really good example. I can't remember the game, but there's a game. No, God of War 2018 did this really well. Now, that was a very cinematic game, but there was a section I really, really liked in that when Atreus basically becomes kind of a little shit for a little bit, and you can't control him anymore. Like the game,
Oh, really?
yeah, the game doesn't let you, because normally throughout the game you can press a button and have him shoot arrows and stuff. When he starts getting mad at you later on in the story and starts becoming narcissistic a bit because he just found out he's a god, the game won't let you control him anymore. You press the button, but nothing happens. He just does his own thing.
That's cool, yeah.
Yeah, that right there, that's something, that's a story beat that only a game can do. Because it's taking a control away from you in something you've had complete control over. A movie can do that, but it has to kind of spell it out a bit.
Right.
A game can do that with the actual, like, mechanics it has. Or like in BioShock. I think BioShock is probably the king of this until after the scene. When Ryan basically tells you you're a slave who only does what he's told. And then when you're told to kill him, you can't do anything to stop it. Like, that's perfect. Like, that's merging the two. You're doing cinematic storytelling while doing a gameplay storytelling. Me and Phoenix were talking about this earlier, but it would be really great to have Jeepers Creepers because he was actually Terror Radius, but they most likely can't do it because... I know people are upset, and I don't want to get into the controversy of FNAF.
Yeah.
I know people are a little upset with FNAF over the controversy. The controversy for Jeepers Creepers is a bit more steep than FNAF's is.
Yeah, I think it's a lot more steep than FNAF's, if we're being honest with ourselves.
Yeah.
Because obvious reasons, yeah.
One is an ideology, the other is a terrible act that should never happen.
Yeah, no. I think we're not going to get Jeepers Creepers until that guy is no longer around. Whether it be he's completely like loses royalties to it, or they pass on. You know, I'm not wishing that. Let me be clear. I don't think that's ever going to happen until one of those two things happen.
Yeah. BioShock is my number one chapter I want. BioShock, I could see it, but I would rather us get a couple others before we get BioShock. I don't think BioShock is jumping the shark at all. I think it fits the theme for sure, but I think it's horror adjacent. Similar to Tomb Raider, but Tomb Raider was a one-off survivor, so I think that's why Laura was kind of fine. I would still love to see it because I mean, a Big Daddy would be terrifying, or a little sister, or a big sister. One of the three. I'll take any of them. But yeah, like. Also, I know it's been a minute, and I kind of wanted to let this sink in before I asked again. Do you feel like you kind of understand the lore of FNAF a little bit?
Oh yeah, I definitely know it a lot better than I did earlier. Like, obviously, I already knew kind of like the basics because of, you know, the work that I'd done with the franchise before with like videos and everything. But this was a really good refresher, and I had no idea what happened in a Ruin, Security Breach, FNAF VR, etc.
Yeah,
people.
I think it's one of those things because, like I said, I gave you the abridged version, but I do think people overcomplicate the story. Because I think they try to go into all the little details when you really don't need to. Like, it's nice, right?
Right.
But you don't really like need to go into detail of exactly who William is and who Henry is and who all the kids were and exactly how the timeline works. Like I said, like on top of that, a lot of it is, I mean, I use the word speculation a lot. That's the other problem with it. A lot of it isn't confirmed. A lot of it is people have been making theories about it over the years, and we've kind of all come to a consensus. It's why I'd be very interested, and it'll never happen, but I would be very interested if we could somehow make people forget all the FNAF games and then try to make theories now. Because I feel like it would be a totally different, like, we would have totally different ideas of what's going on in the story.
Right.
Because a lot of it, like William Afton, like, we only know that name from the books.
Mm-hmm.
We actually didn't even know we just called him Purple Guy. That was his name. He was just the Purple Guy. That was his name. Until the books confirmed his name was William Afton. And then, when Michael got confirmed, and there was like a whole debate about whether Michael or William was in Springtrap. Even though Michael, I'm going to say this now, and I mean this in the nicest way possible to all the theorists out there. Michael being in Springtrap makes no sense. Anyways, it's like, once again, this franchise deserves to be in Dead by Daylight. It really does.
To me, it's a lot like Doom being in Smash Brothers. It just it really does deserve the spot. Hopefully we don't get done like Doom did, with just being like a me character, right?
I think for that game, it made sense. As much as I wanted Doom Guy in there, because we didn't have... I think I said this before. Is there any first-person shooter representation in Smash at all?
The closest thing was Samus, I believe.
Okay. Yeah. That was the only reason I wanted Doomslayer or Master Chief. It wasn't just I want these characters because I like them. It's we don't almost every genre was represented in some way, shape, or form except for first-person shooters. It was like the one they avoided.
Yeah.
Um,
And we don't have any mascot horror. The closest thing we have is a Legion bunny suit.
Yeah. Because I mean, like we have a lot of the genres. We have, obviously the general slashers. We even have comedy horror because of Chucky.
And can't forget Ghostface either.
Well, Ghostface, kind of, but I think that one's a little iffy.
Is Scream not comedy horror?
It is, but it's not. The license isn't from Scream. It's from...
Oh, you're right. It's from Fun World.
Yeah, well, so that one's a little iffy.
I guess, yeah.
We've got celebrity horror with Trickster. We've got body horror with Twins. We've got medical horror with Doctor and Blight. Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde with Blight. Techno horror, we've got that with AI, with Singularity and Skull Merchant to a degree. I still don't think they went far enough with Skull Merchant in that aspect, but regardless.
I will agree.
Did you hear what Pixel Bush's idea to make her more kind of not intuitive, what's the word I'm looking for? To make her less just place a drone. Their idea was, when they have a claw trap on them, you can pull out the PDA and shock them, like a Dr. Shock.
That would be interesting. That would be very interesting. I'd much rather see a Skull Merchant that can do that, other than just drop a drone, you get injured and two tapped almost immediately.
But yeah, we've had like every genre of horror in except for mascot horror, and not even necessarily mascot horror, indie horror. Like, there's not really any indie horror adjacent characters in the game.
And I think the only other character that could maybe represent indie horror, which would be like indie film horror, would be the clown from Terrifier. Art, I think his name is, but even then,
Is that indie horror now?
I think it was always considered it because it was made by a small team. And we Saw was kind of indie horror, but it also at the same time it got picked up by a big studio and given a bunch of money before it was released. So,
well, you could say the same thing about FNAF.
Was it really picked up by a studio? I thought he launched the first one on Steam.
No, he did. I'm just saying where it is now.
Oh yeah, nowadays it's not really indie, but it started off like that. And the big explosion was when it was an indie game, and I think that's why it's such a good representation.
I mean, the first 3 games he made on his own.
Yeah, he made them on his own, and it was a year when all 3 of them came out?
Yeah. Also, speaking of, I know someone was very upset with my theory, by the way, of how I said them that it's possible it comes out earlier because it's something Scott used to do. Because he would be like, hey, the game's coming out in like 3 months, and then it would drop in like 2 days. Is it gonna happen? I need to make this clear. No, I don't think it's gonna happen. But if there was a franchise it was gonna happen with, it's this one.
I hope they take their time with that one, really. You know, this is such a big franchise to get. I really hope we get like the Resident Evil treatment with it. Maybe not 2 chapters. I don't know if they could get away with 2 chapters. I honestly kind of wouldn't want them to, unless they could do something really good with it. But a full chapter with, you know, a map, a survivor, a killer, and like a bunch of cosmetics for other killers, you know, and other characters in general in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I really hope they do that with you know, FNAF, because
I think behavior is kind of like, don't get me wrong, I'm glad the game is coming and all that stuff, or it's coming to the game and all this. I do think behavior kind of painted themselves into a corner a bit because the expectations are going to be sky high for this.
absolutely, yeah, they're gonna have to knock it out of the park.
Like, if Springtrap comes out and all he is just like a Chucky 2.0, like, people are going to be mad. If there's no cosmetics for the other killers, I feel like people are going to be mad.
And let's not kid ourselves here. The FNAF fan base can be a little hard to please at times. Like, that is something that is kind of on their record, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, not nearly as bad as other communities, and all communities can be a bit sensitive and picky about things. But I do think they really need to knock this. This is one of those things where they really need to nail it, because this is, not only are the expectations really high, but despite there being a lot of people already in from the FNAF like fan base in Dead by Daylight, this is Dead by Daylight's best chance ever to get the younger audience interested in the game. This is it. You know, they had Stranger Things a while ago, and that did a lot for the game. There are a lot of people who joined the game because of Stranger Things. But outside of FNAF, there's not really many other easily applicable licenses that will scoop up the younger generations. And I know people are worried about that, but it needs to happen.
Yeah. Because there's only because horror is a niche genre. Mm-hmm. And I think people forget that. Horror is a really niche genre. And like, as much as we are all like, oh, Myers being in the game is so cool, or Xenomorph or Chucky, we saw the numbers, like all of us did. It was not that big. Some could say it's a travesty or whatever, but like, it is what it is. I say this all the time about Xenomorph and Chucky. They are well known. They're not iconic or popular. There's a difference. Okay, iconic. Okay, let me rephrase that. They are iconic. They are not popular. That is the difference.
Yes.
FNAF is both.
And it's to a demographic that, while, once again, there is a lot of them here, there's a whole lot more of them that aren't here.
Mm-hmm.
And this would be a lot of people, you know, it needs to happen for DBD to live long term. As much as people don't want that to happen, it needs to. You know, I'm not going to go too much into it, but, you know, recently, in one of my videos that turned out to be very controversial, I talked about how Dead by Daylight really needs a couple big wins right now because of the failure of games like Meet Your Maker. They need something to win. They need it, like, desperately. This could be the biggest win that they've ever had if they play their cards right.
Honestly, at this point, I really think it's going to be their biggest win, even if they don't. This is sad. Yeah, I hate to be that guy, but you know, capitalism. It's like, honestly, like, until word of mouth spreads fast enough, no, people will buy it in droves. I can almost promise you, good or bad. Mm-hmm. The thing with getting like the younger audience too, I think people tend to forget, is You know, people, every video game I've ever played, every community I've been a part of has the same complaint. Why do they never care about the veteran players? We don't matter. I hate saying it because it's mean, but it's true. I was back when I used to work at the grocery store. I was I had to do a meeting, and I still never forget this. I had to go to a meeting with the CEO. Um, and I remember us talking about this with the marketing guys, and we were giving them suggestions for like, well, if we do this, it'll probably help improve customer relations and stuff like this within a year or so. And their exact wording changed the way I look at everything forever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what if the world blows up tomorrow? That money's not going to mean anything in a year, is it? And yeah, from then on, I became very jaded to how a lot of companies do things because they're not wrong.
Yeah.
It's an unfortunate reality. It's like because people talk about Dead by Daylight getting a health chapter all the time, and it's like, yeah, it'll make the game better and they'll make more money in the long run. Yeah, what if there is no long run?
Yeah,
They would rather get the money they can get now, and that's all that matters. It's once again, does it suck? Yeah, but you got to look at it from their perspective. It's
yeah, you never know what the future's going to hold, and that's what scares companies because they like things that are nice and controllable.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and but back to the point of like veteran players. That's why they don't really care about veteran players. That's not the only reason. Also, statistically speaking, people who play a game a lot actually spend less money on it, than people who just start playing a game.
Right.
Because I main Chuck, and this is also why game companies hate mains. By the way, I know. I think an Overwatch dev came out and said that they hate players who main characters. That's the reason why a lot of companies hate mains. Because someone like me, I main a character who probably isn't going to get a skin for a while. So they literally make zero money off of me.
Right.
And there's nothing they can do to fix that for the most part. And that's the other thing with like licenses I think people forget about in this game is I don't think Behavior makes as much money off of licenses as I think people think they do.
They most certainly do not, because licensing costs are very expensive. There's a couple ways that licenses, happen. One of them is that they pay a massive amount up front, and then they keep the earnings, or they do some kind of like revenue split. Sometimes I'm sure that it's a split of the two, but it is. I heard somewhere, it wasn't for DBD specifically, but I heard somewhere that one of the games that has a bunch of licenses, it's almost like 60 to 70% goes to the IP holders of whatever license, and the devs keep like 30%. It's something crazy like that.
Yeah, and it's and on top of that, it's like it's not even like they're making that many residuals afterwards because like skins and stuff. Like, I mean, we've complained about this before. Like, how licensed characters don't really get that many skins. Xenomorph has been the massive exception to that rule, and the Resident Evil chapters, obviously. But even then, I mean, Wesker still only has the 2. So I can't imagine they make too much money off of it, right? That's why like characters like Sable were probably so big for them.
Yep.
Like, we can complain about Sable all day, but she made them money.
Especially when they put out that bikini skin and didn't allow it to be bought with shards.
It will be in a few months, actually.
Yeah, now that they've made their money off of it.
And Sadako got a bunch of licensed skins too, but I'd be genuinely curious to see how much money they make from these licenses. Which is why it's very weird that we're getting a whole year of them. Basically.
I really do think we really need attention back on the game. That's why we're seeing pretty much every license we've seen this year has been kind of out there from the usual. The only one that's even like remotely close, I'd say, is Castlevania. Because Castlevania has always been, while not a horror game, it's always been very heavily influenced by horror, right? And but like D&D, obviously there's arguments for D&D and Lara Croft and all those other chapters, right? But they're trying to get new people into the game. I really think that's what there is. They're trying to spread their web, so to speak, and appeal to more types of players other than just the diehard horror fans.
Yeah, I mean, they have to. Well, once again, like I said, horror is a niche genre, and it's like, at some point, it's like, okay, well, horror fans want Myers and Jason and Freddy and Chucky and all of this stuff. But once you get all of the horror fans with all of the big ones, then what? And, like, you got to start branching out a bit. Like, D&D was a bit of a stretch, but, like, I can still see it. Castlevania, bit of a stretch. Still see it, though.
Yeah, exactly. And we have no idea what this last killer is going to be. Typically by now we have some kind of inkling, but we still know nothing.
Right.
Nothing has publicly been said, So we don't know anything about them. And we've only got one original chapter this year. And I think I'm going to call it now, regardless of how good that chapter is. I think it's going to be one of the lowest original chapters and forms of sales that the game's going to have.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because of all the licenses surrounding it, People, I mean, I myself, I'm at like 50,000 shards right now, and I haven't even been able to play the game too much recently.
Yeah. I mean, Unknown, like All Things Wicked, though, was a great chapter, though.
Oh, it absolutely was.
And, that was stuck in between a bunch of licenses.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's another, like, I said this before, my ongoing theory is that, because they made Skull Merchant Knight Singularity, and none of them were, generally speaking, big hits for the community at all. And I feel like Behavior kind of got scared by it. And instead of hearing what we wanted, which was, we want better characters, they heard, we don't want original characters. But I think, like, Unknown, like, shot that in the head, it's like, no, we want original characters, we just want them to be good.
And, fun to play as and against,
Yeah. To be fair, Larry caught most of the flack from the other two. Night hate has kind of died down, I've noticed. Skull Merchant's the only one that's kind of stayed.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think people hated Singularity, like you said, for what Singularity was, especially after they changed him from the PTB and made him a lot more fun to play as and against, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that was just more of, he was a third killer in a row that could hold 3 gens. Even if he wasn't good at it.
Yeah.
He just kind of got guilty by association.
I still hold the theory that him and Skull Merchant were supposed to be the same killer. I will never get proven right, but I feel like that to me, they're both intel killers that set up cameras around the map, basically. It just makes so much sense to me.
That would definitely be interesting, yeah.
Yeah, and MFT did kind of ruin that chapter.
Oh, I still hear people defending MFT, and I am so confused by it, but that's a several-hour discussion if we get back into that.
Defending MFT.
Yes, there are some actually rather prominent creators nowadays who are very adamant that MFT was a fine perk. And in 2v8, some people mention the fact that, that the runner class has MFT, and they're like, oh, you see, it's fine in 2v8.
Yeah, because
it's like, yeah, anytime somebody sees that you're a runner and you have MFT and you know how to use it, they're calling their homie over.
Yeah. Or, there's also the fact that 2v8 is balanced around the fact that the loops suck.
Mm-hmm.
Like, almost all of them are bad. except for Shack and main buildings. I don't know. I still tell people, every time I put a Chucky video out, or anyone does, there's still like 3 or 4 they're the same people every single time too. That say that Chucky was ruined after they got rid of Manuel Scamper.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Just look at the shards.
just look at the shards.
That's a deep cut. Good one.
God. Just look at the shards. It works, guys. I swear. Well, no, you were actually supposed to look at her hair, and the animation messed up. That's what we figured out eventually.
Yeah, it only took us like 4 years.
Sad thing is, you can still do the standstill thing against bad servers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's. I think Springtrap. This is going to be one of the most hyped and interesting things, and I'm glad they did it a year early.
Yeah, imagine how devastated everyone behind the scenes would be if it got leaked. Like, because we had the Gumpy leaks of Castlevania a year before Castlevania came out. Imagine if that happened to FNAF.
I mean, I don't know, because like Sadako got announced like 6 months before she was supposed to come out, and people hated that. It wasn't leaked. People the behavior just announced it,
right?
And people hated that it was announced super early. And I think, honestly, and I'm going to sound like a pretentious asshole saying this, I think it's just because not that many people like The Ring. Yeah, I genuinely just don't think it's popular enough to warrant doing that.
Yeah.
I think
I
FNAF
agree with
is.
And not only that, once again, going back to the leak problem, because, I mean, I don't know if you heard, but there were several devs that publicly said they were really disappointed when Nicolas Cage got leaked like 24 hours before the live stream revealing him happened, because they were all really looking forward to that big wait, what moment, on the live stream when they announced that Nick Cage was going to be in the game. There were a bunch of devs that said that publicly.
It's one of the leaks are just... I hate leaks. I always have. But in general, it's just like, I think, and I'm not going to call anybody out because I'm friends with a few leakers. I've said this before, because of what I do on YouTube, I have garnered certain particular friends that have let me in on some things that are happening. I actually didn't know about the FNAF thing, by the way. That one somehow didn't get leaked to me by these friends. But, I knew about Tomb Raider on Anniversary, right? I knew about Castlevania before Anniversary. But, like, I think when leakers leak things, I think they just need to be... Once I get it, you got to play the game and all this stuff. But there's a way to do it. I think the ones that make me the most mad are the ones who put it in, like, YouTube thumbnails.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's one of those things where it's like I think there's a way to do it and a way not to do it, because like people are always like, oh, if you don't want to see it, just avoid it. Well, I can't avoid it if it's on my homepage.
Exactly. Yeah, I think leaks, when done right, they can build anticipation towards something that otherwise people might not be too interested in if they're done right. But if they're done wrong, then
Well, I even said it in my Discord when Laura was getting leaked. I was like, yeah, listen, I know who it is. I'm not going to say who it is. If you know who it is and want to talk about it, that's perfectly fine. All I ask is just put a spoiler tag on it, so if people don't want to know about it, they don't have to.
Exactly.
Like yeah. I can't stop anyone from showing it, but at the very least, I can be like, hey, just if people don't want to see it, please put a thing over it so they don't have to. Because at that point, that's their fault. But, if someone's just on Twitter and just, like, posts a screenshot of it and it gets liked and retweeted by everyone I'm following, like, I have no way of avoiding it.
Yeah, it's kind of... I completely agree with you, right? But there are some times where the leaks have made me more interested in it. Like, Castlevania leak, I had never played a Castlevania game in my life, but because I knew the chapter was coming up, I started looking into the like the show and the games and everything. And I've played a bit of the games now and everything. And that made me more excited for the license because I had time to like find the time to learn about it. But a lot of people I could see getting upset by that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. It's yeah. I mean, Chucky didn't get leaked somehow.
Did
he?
He did actually.
He did?
Yeah, he did. The same person that leaked Castlevania, they leaked like they leaked like 8 chapters in a row. It was crazy, and that was one of the things that made it so exciting for Castlevania specifically. Right? Is if I remember right, they leaked Chucky, Alan Wake, The Unknown, D&D, Vecna specifically, and Castlevania all at the same time. There was a comment where they went like, "Hey, you didn't hear this from me, but here's the next chapter." Right? I think the exact wording is it was Chucky, Alan Wake, then a killer like the Legion, where they can change depending on what cosmetic they have, a Gothic Survivor, Vecna from D&D, not Stranger Things, and then Castlevania.
Yeah.
We didn't know anything about those, aside from the fact that D&D was specifically Vecna, but not Stranger Things. But we knew what licenses were coming. And at first, everybody was like, that's crazy, because at the time, Chucky was like the only killer we had confirmed to never happen. Because the devs outright said, I think it was the 4th year anniversary, we'd love to have Chucky in the game, but at the time, we have no way of knowing how to make it work. So when that leaker, said, oh, it's going to be Chucky, nobody believed him. And then when it was Chucky, people were like, oh, wait, this guy, lucky guess or actually real? And the people who followed those leaks, it was exciting to see slowly the person being proven right over time.
I feel so bad, by the way, for Castlevania a little bit because they kind of get overshadowed.
Dude, yeah, no. I can't think of another chapter that's been more screwed over than Castlevania. Got leaked a year early, and then the day before its PTB, they announced possibly the largest collab the game's ever going to have.
I'm still hyped for Castlevania. It's just...
Oh, me too. Dracula's going to be crazy, and I think the Dracula PTB, I think it kind of solved what the unknown tweak that everybody was kind of worrying about. I think it told us what it is.
The blurry photo thing?
No, I think what's going to happen is they're going to give Unknown a second power gauge like Dracula has for his teleport, because he doesn't have any visual cooldown for the teleport. I've got a video that I'm a 1-minute video I'm in the middle of working on right now. Yeah, I think that's what it's going to be. And the only reason I have that theory is because Dracula's 2 power gauges. And I don't know for sure, because, I don't know about the other killers, but I think they might be getting something like that as well, because there are some other killers on there that have some kind of indicator of when a cooldown's going to happen, but not complete. I'd have to look at the exact killers again to make sure, but I'm pretty sure I remember thinking, oh wait, that person's got that too. They might be getting that too. So I think that's what it's going to be. Obviously I could be wrong about that, but I think that's what it is, because now they've got the technology of doing that,
I think Vecna, I think they're both kind of jack of all trades killers. The biggest problem with Dracula on the PTB is one that's going to be fixed. The devs already said they're fixing it. It's that the wolf form is too slow. That's a bug.
Yeah.
The wolf is actually supposed to be much faster than it is on the PTB, which kind of scares me.
I can't wait for that. I didn't play the PTB much. I played it a little bit, but I didn't play it too much, and the reason was I don't want to make a bad judgment while the wolf form is so heavily bugged.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think in general the way I'm looking at it, I think the bats are supposed to be for general map mobility.
Mm-hmm.
Dracula form is for anti-loop, and then the wolf form is for normal chasing.
Right.
That is what I think they were going for. And I think once they fix the movement speed, that is definitely, I feel like, how he's going to be played. And I think the PTB still showed that off. The only other thing I want changed on him or fixed is just the collision on the wolf dash. It is so hard to hit.
Yeah.
Like, unreasonably hard, I felt. Is a reference to his first boss theme? I didn't know what it was a reference to. All I know is it's badass, and I can't believe they managed to make a retro song like that sound good for a chase theme.
Yeah, it sounds great in game. That's one of my favorite things about the chapter. Really, is the chase music.
I think it's kind of boring and brings very little new to the table. That's going to be most killers. Like, we're at a point in this game where that's the case.
If they can mix things together to make a fun and interesting killer, I'm okay with reused parts. You know, I made a joke about, like, oh, rest in peace to, like, 5 different killers that just got usurped, but if they can make it interesting and they can make it different enough, I'm not too upset by that. But it is something that we're seeing pretty often in the game now, unfortunately. Like Sky said, Alien was just better, was demo but better, and honestly, I think Alien was Nemesis but better. Yeah, Vecna was pretty fresh.
Yeah, but Vecna was also, like, none of his powers are meant to damage.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, they're all different forms of some kind of zoning, I guess.
Yeah. On top of that, like, Vecna, like, I mean, if I wanted to be reductive, other than Mage Hand, like, the other 3 are pretty... okay, maybe the Orb too, but, like, the other 2, Fly and Skellies, like, they're... It's a projectile that goes in a straight line and cones out. And then Fly is just a dash. Like, Fly is just Scamper. Am I wrong?
I don't know about that. That Scamper, I don't know. But if you said something like a Wesker dash, I could get along. I could maybe believe it. Oh, what is this?
I would like you to know I have to edit that out now because I'm sure whoever just listened to that had their eardrums break.
Oh no, that's awful. That was so loud.
I'm gonna see that in the recording. It's fucking there's a spike right there. Yeah, like, I don't know. Like I said, if you want to be reductive enough, you can do that to every killer power. And I get it, it's more obvious with some. I think Dracula is definitely an example of that. But the Pillar of Flames interact differently than a lot of the other powers like it.
You can't crouch it, which is... I hate to say that that's unique, but you can't crouch,
Yeah,
you can't crouch Pillar.
Yeah, but it's also, like, it's a pretty delayed attack. I mean, the wolf on its own is different. Third-person camera, with the two-thing dash, I mean, I guess you can say that's not, like, unique, but I mean, the blood orb thing dropping is kind of unique. I mean, you could say it's only...
Boys? Is this Freddy Fazbear? R, 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 R.
Why? Why? My chat hates me. I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. Once again, I come from, like, League. Even Overwatch has this problem, doesn't it? Like, every time a character comes out, don't people will be like, oh, this is just this character mixed with this character? Like, every single time?
I don't know, honestly. I don't keep up with Overwatch. I don't play Overwatch much.
I mean, like, I feel like it happens until, like every, like, 4th character when, like, something truly unique comes out. Venture was just Overwatch 1 Doomfist.
Really?
From what actually, the more I think about it, yeah.
Huh.
Wow, I never really even thought about it that way. Yeah, pretty much.
Wait, what did they do to Doomfist? Did they make him not a melee character? I haven't played since Overwatch 1. What did they do to him?
He's a tank now.
Oh.
Yeah. He does a lot of what he used to do. It's just not as combo-y. It's just like, I don't know, like, humans form patterns. We always do. Just how our brains work. Well, like, I mean, League of Legends is another good example. Like League has almost 200 characters. If some of the characters weren't similar, I would be more surprised. Like, it's whose video is it? It's Shammy's video talking about Overwatch versus Paladins. There's a thing in there where he basically went through and tried to find which game had the most unique character.
Mm-hmm.
The answer was Overwatch, and the most unique character was Moira.
You know, I could see that.
And
I could see that. Yeah.
his thing with that was it wasn't that no one thought about it, it's that everyone did.
What?
The reason why no one's made a character like Moira isn't because no one thought about it, it's because everyone did think about it and realized how bad it was.
Okay. All right, that's not where I expected that to go, but I respect it.
Oh my god. I mean, think about it. Like that's what I tell people all the time. It's like when people like ask me like YouTube advice, it's like, "Oh, should I do unique stuff?" It's like, "Well, no. Yes and no." The thing with being like truly unique is if you are truly unique, no one cares.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is reductive in some way, shape, or form. There's no new ideas, and that's because a lot of the things you don't see have probably been thought about. And, like, there's a reason it wasn't done. Like, I mean, there's a reason we don't have, like, a knife mixed with a fork.
I mean, we do have it, but nobody uses it.
Yeah, like, I mean, why do people use sporks and not, fuck would it be called? A FNAF? FNAF? FNAF, there you go.
Somehow we're back to FNAF.
Yeah. Her design is so bland and boring, yet no one wanted to do it, so they made her unique by accident.
Yeah.
That's another thing. I know you're joking with that, Yoshi. That's actually true. A lot of the like most innovative things were done by accident. Like they weren't planned on being. I don't know. But yeah, Springtrap is. He better be unique in some way, shape, or form. If he's just Chucky 2.0 or Blight 2.0 or Knight 2.0, I think people are going to be so mad.
And there's going to be people who are mad no matter what, I think, unfortunately.
I think the closest thing I would like if he's like a, quote, 2.0 character, I would love it if he's a Singularity 2.0.
Mm-hmm.
In some way, shape, or form. Just so the cameras make sense, but I'm just imagining a big-ass corpse in a bunny suit scampering a pallet. Oh no, don't give me that idea. Don't give me that idea, no. I can actually see Springtrap doing a scamper under a pallet. It would make sense.
I agree. I agree. Going back to the concept, that was something he could do. It was very slow though. Scamper was like, it was like 2 seconds. It was only meant to be able to get around pallets, like down pallets, without alerting detention. That was the only thing it was meant to do.
I said the same thing in my concept video. I made it like take 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's something that makes sense for the character, really.
Yeah. Springtrap is probably gonna have an axe. Kitty, I actually don't think he will. I know we've seen that in a lot of concepts, but like, he's never had an axe before.
I think it came from the book. I think he used one in a book once.
But even then, it's like Unknown has an axe.
Exactly. We don't need it, you know. And technically, Huntress has one too.
It's a hatchet. It's a difference.
Well, what about her main weapon? Isn't her main weapon an axe too?
No, it's a hatchet. They're both hatchets.
Oh, are they both hatchets? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Actually, I think her main weapon's a tomahawk. I could be wrong. Yeah, her main weapon's a throwing hatchet. No. Her power is a throwing hatchet. I think her main weapon is a cutting hatchet.
Okay.
It's like the difference between a hunting knife and a cutting knife. Like they're both knives, but
they're different. Yeah.
Yeah. Give him Spirit's phase. Well, that's actually not the dumbest thing I've heard. Like, what if he's a phantom version of Springtrap?
Oh, that would be interesting. That would open up the doors for a lot of different abilities.
He did in the books, and he used an axe to destroy the OFA. Fair enough. I would like him to have a different weapon from a fire axe, just because I feel like it's creeping in on Unknown's weapon. I know we're like at a point in this game where like not every killer can have a unique weapon. I mean, Nemesis is just a fist, but I don't know. If they do it, he better two-hand it.
Better.
Have you ever used a fire axe before?
I don't know about a fire axe, but I've used a woodcutting axe several times.
Yeah, those things are heavy.
They are very heavy. They're fun to use, though.
I'm just saying that to give context to Unknown for a second.
Mm-hmm.
He one-hands a fire axe. Like it's a ruler. Like, it's kind of funny.
He's got that sleeper build. I don't know what else to say.
It would kind of be like Night because the Phantom Robot's in the... I wouldn't want it to be Night 2.0, but like...
That would make sense, yeah.
Phantom Springtrap isn't a bad idea. Because
Yeah.
that does open the doors for like...
Because, I mean, especially if Burn Trap isn't canon, like it's not from the canon ending, I think it would make sense that he wouldn't have a physical body anymore. 'Cause, I mean, what's left of him, like, the digital?
You a motherfucking ghost! What the?
Sorry, repeat what you were saying.
The rat video, yeah.
It should not be making me laugh as much as this. Oh my god. What was I? What were you saying again? I'm sorry.
No, you're good, you're good.
It's
I totally forgot.
I think Phantom Springtrap could work. I mean, that's something I never really thought about.
Yeah, I didn't think about that either.
Who goes
That
through
would work so well.
Sadako and he can control electric. Once again, I don't know about that one because like the only real like reference to that would probably be like the end of Security Breach. And honestly speaking, I think we're trying to avoid that ending of Security Breach as much as we can.
Mhm.
Glitchtrap
Glitchtrap,
too.
yeah.
That's true. I don't, because like I said, like we've been talking about all this, and I still don't think either of us has come up with like a genuine power.
Yeah.
Like we've talked about like going through vents, but that can't be the only power. Like, oh, as long as we don't get Peanut Springtrap as an option, I'm cool with any skin they add to him. I'll take Chocolate Springtrap, which is a thing.
Peanut Springtrap?
That would be the design from Pizzeria Simulator.
Okay.
People call him that because his head looks like a peanut.
Alrighty.
But like, peanut head looking at like Jimmy Afton. Oh god, that got me. He like because like he doesn't really dash, and it would have to be a stealth power of some kind. I feel like that's the only way to do it right.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I know people want more stealth killers, but the thing is, like, I feel like a lot of the design space of like how a stealth killer can work has already been done.
The only, I think this wouldn't really make sense for the character, but the only thing that I can think of for like a stealth killer that I haven't seen done at all is there was another like ASIM horror that I played when I was younger, and this was a Roblox game, so they got away with so much copyright infringement. Literally anyone who was ever in a horror movie was in that game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they had Slenderman, and what Slenderman was is the gameplay was very similar to Dead by Daylight. It really was. It was basically like, I don't want to say a worse version of Dead by Daylight, but it was pretty similar. And with like the whole attack a survivor a certain amount of times and they die, right?
Mm-hmm.
What they did for a stealth killer for Slenderman, right, is they had him be completely like invisible throughout the majority of the match, but he could temporarily become like physical again to attack people. It kind of like an inverse of like Wraith, if that makes sense. But he was able to do it in a very unique way. I don't know how to explain it very well.
I it sounds like old Freddy.
Kind of. I guess that's a somewhat decent comparison. Yeah, something kind of like old Freddy.
And I think we've figured out the problems with that one. Where while he was undetectable from his cell phone, the survivors saw the phantoms as hallucinations. If they get too close to them, they get. That's
so good.
I actually like that.
Throw in the disc thing we were talking earlier with the fake killer instinct, and you might be cooking there.
So like he goes undetectable, and similar to like Chucky's footprints, a couple phantoms spawn, and if the survivors touch them, they get the killer instinct and the jump scare. Yeah,
that would be awesome. And then like
that
to
would
bring in some of the things that we talked about earlier, either the cameras could be the only way to kick him out of his power, like kind of like a mixture of Singularity and Ghostface, where you like have to use the cameras and look at him for long enough.
Hear me out here. Here. What if we do this just like FNAF 3, where instead of he can activate his power. Now, I need to mention this is a concept, so like it has to be reiterated. What if he can't control the undetectability?
Ooh.
What if it's like legitimate undetectability? If they don't see him, he's undetectable.
Oh, that'd be so interesting. So he'd basically be undetectable for the entire match.
Yeah, but so he's undetectable, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's cameras all around the map.
And those would kick him out for a while?
So if someone sees him in a camera, yeah, it would kick him out of the undetectability until like he loses line of sight long enough.
That would be really... Yoshi, that's incredible. That's an incredible idea. Right now, I want us to like flesh this out. Let's talk about this, because that is such a genuinely good idea, and it would be really interesting too. I think to play as. And yes, is like Zeno said, his footsteps, being a robot, they'd probably be on the heavier end.
Yeah,
I think that would make perfect sense.
It would be like Singularity, who's like Phoenix. I don't know if you're still in here. How loud is Singularity when they're undetectable? I genuinely don't know.
From my experience, they're not super loud, but it's a very unique sound. It's like that piston sound that gives them away.
Mm-hmm.
You said Larry's not very loud?
Really?
Yeah, I really think it's just like the piston sound that gets people, that gives them away.
Also, chat, you're about to witness the how I make a thumbnail real quick. I'm not making one. I'm just using this because I want to make a visual aid for this. If my computer would... Okay, I'm going to restart this. Ignore that I have Doom Eternal, Left 4 Dead 2, Dead by Daylight, Ghost Runner, Destiny 2, and Resident Evil 4 all downloaded. Shut up. Play a lot of
that's
games.
possibly like the most normal...
the most normal ass thing I could have had.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like you had Nico Para on there.
I got lo-fi beats on there.
Yeah, that's lo-fi.
Okay.
DRG, can't forget DRG.
Oh yeah, and DRG. You know, I haven't touched DRG in like weeks. Okay, all right.
Double-edged sword. Where does that come from?
Double-edged sword?
I don't know. Zeno said you could give him a double-edged sword and give players control shocks to stun him.
Like in Sister Location.
Oh, like a controlled shock. Oh, okay. Wait, no. Here, the cameras, right? You have to like line it up, and you have to like. It turns into an FPS game. You have to hit him with the controlled shock. It's like a little projectile you have to hit. That might be really fun.
What if we just do this like complete backwards of Singularity?
That would be honestly
like I'm
really
not even joking. Like I don't think that would be that bad.
I'm with you.
Isn't Marionette supposed to be coming out too? You talking about, like, should the puppet be part of the power in some way?
I mean, this would be, if we take all the ideas we have right now, it would be a very loaded kit with a lot of different things. But honestly, I think people might like that. I don't know.
What if...
Mm-hmm.
So in Five Nights at Freddy's 3, the way it works is you have your cameras. You can control audio that, like, sends children laughing, so it makes them go that way.
Right.
And then you also have to, like, reset your you have to, like, reset your controls whenever a hallucination hits you.
Right.
So
Oh.
what if we... Okay, all right. Here's my full idea.
Okay.
Definitely totally original. Didn't steal this from Yoshi. All right. Here's my full idea with this.
Mm-hmm.
You gain undetectable from the start of the match. You lose undetectability. I know people will hate this, but if they have line of sight for you, similar to Ghostface, you just get taken out of undetectability. When you're undetectable, phantoms spawn around the map. If a survivor touches the phantoms, they get jump scared and killer instinct happens. And do you think instantly teleporting would be too much?
I don't think being able to instantly teleport. Wait, hold on. I don't think it is, because I think I know where you're about to go with this.
Yeah, you can instantly teleport to them. So once you instantly teleport to them, they'll have line of sight to you. So boom, you're out of undetectable immediately and in chase. When you're in chase, I don't know where to go from there. The in chase power is the part I'm having a problem with.
Well, I think he'd be like the ultimate hit and run killer, because I mean that's kind of what he does in the lore, right? He doesn't just he waits for his opportunity. And I think also going back into something kind of a mixture of what you said and with what the chat is saying, that if we let people like shock him with the cameras, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we want to keep with that idea, what if the cameras have two modes, right? They have shock mode and they have lure mode. And in lure mode, if you shoot something down, that acts as a survivor who just got hallucinated. So if you teleport there, you get teleported across the map to where no survivor is.
I like that.
That would be such a... I think we've all been cooking here. Good job, everyone. Pat yourselves on the back. Zeno, yeah, they can't teleport within lore, but I mean, I think for power it works. I think it would work.
I mean, I think like it's one of those things. It's just like with Chuck. I mean, Chucky doesn't like run at people the way he does in game.
Mm-hmm.
He's never done that in the movies or the show ever. Like, not the way he does it in game. Like, I think creative liberties would have to be taken. I could totally see him doing it though. Like, I could buy it. Even if the teleport part isn't there, though, I do like the idea of... Now, the other question would be with the cameras. Would it be like xenomorph turrets where they can set them themselves, or would they be preset?
I don't know. I think preset would make more sense, right? But the RNG factor of that would be miserable. So I'd like it to be preset.
Well, the other thing with preset is if they're preset, then the survivors don't have to waste time doing it.
Yeah.
And as long as I feel like if there's enough of them to kind of make up for the fact that they're random. Because any killer that relies on line of sight is going to get messed up by RNG regardless.
Well, I think instead of having... I just want to talk... Zeno mentioned maybe having him be able to break it. I think instead of that, right, there's a collective amount of like power that the cameras have, and then once that power goes out, you have to go do something else to restore power to them, similar to how the power mechanic of the early games, but also the repair system of 3.
That's genius. Yeah, we just give a power meter, boom, then we just connected it to the first game.
And maybe something, if we really want to go crazy with it, maybe give them I don't know if this could be base kit or an add-on, but give them something like give them something like, oh, I don't know, maybe if a hallucination happens to find a survivor who's on the cameras for too long, they get kicked off of it, and the camera system loses a lot of power. That way, survivors can't camp it; they have to constantly be checking around them. Not only because the killer could be approaching them, but what if one of these hallucinations is coming at them?
Yeah. Once again, I think the only thing we're missing here is a chase power. Is something for him to do in chase. That is legit, I think, the only thing we're missing.
I don't know. Maybe the only thing I could think of is, Oh, hold on. Okay, all right. Xeno's got something. Okay. What if you look at the camera, you become oblivious? Well, Sky, for that, he's already undetectable pretty much all match.
All right. No, here's all they have to do. Just do it like how unknown when they're dispelling a witness or unknown. It just zooms.
Oh, where they're like locked in it.
Yeah, it just zooms in the camera.
Well, honestly, I imagined it'd be like Singularity, where it literally replaces your view.
Yeah. That hinders survivors and reveals them after they break line of sight, similar to let him charge a jump scare screen that hinders survivors and reveals them after they break line of sight.
That would be interesting.
New
longest power description incoming? Yeah. We're gonna replace Doctor. Doctor's gonna look like a joke after this guy.
it's because, like, I mean, from what we have now, there's cameras around the map. Or no, Springtrap starts the map in the match undetectable. If survivors spot him, he loses or while undetectable, phantoms spawn around the map. If a survivor touches the phantom, they show killer instinct, and Springtrap can teleport to them. Once he teleports, he loses undetectable. Once he teleports or is seen by line of sight by the survivors, he loses undetectable. And then it comes back after a certain amount of time. And then explaining the cameras. Like, I don't think it would be that big of a stretch.
Maybe, and there's tons of excuse me, unlisted mechanics, like the whole phantoms kicking off cameras to drain more power. That probably wouldn't be listed anywhere. Power management somehow, maybe. Yeah,
Axel, that's why we're still trying to think of an actual chase power, because that really wouldn't be the chase power. That would kind of just be his passive at the end of the day.
I wouldn't want to see that be the only way to repair it, but I think that would be an interesting way to repair a little bit. And that'd make an interesting brown add-on, reducing how much power they get whenever a generator's repaired.
Yeah, that is true. Like, Springtrap being I mean, maybe I'm feeding into his narcissism, but he does think he's a mastermind, so yeah, not being a chase-oriented killer kind of makes sense. It's similar to Pinhead to a degree.
But even then, Pinhead has something.
Yeah. That's true. I mean,
even if the chains are really bad.
I mean, like I said, if we're really doing this, reverse Larry. But even Larry has a chase power.
Yeah, because he can just jump onto people. So we need to give him something, but I really like this idea of him being undetectable and using the cameras to either distract him, make him go across the map. Give him traps? Maybe.
So, let me get this. Hang on, before we go with this. As Phoenix stated earlier, stealth killers tend not to do that great. Trap killers also tend not to do that great. So we're going to mix the two type of killers. Also, hit and run killers don't do that great either.
This guy's going to be F tier, but he's going to be awesome.
We're mixing all of the bad stuff into one kid. Oh my god.
This is going to be awful, but I think it's going to be incredible at the same time.
Shit. No FNAF 2. We haven't. The power management's FNAF 1. most of the power that we've mentioned with the phantoms, the undetectability, and the cameras, and like the like distraction, that's FNAF 3. We haven't really said anything like that would be central to FNAF 2.
I mean, the obvious is to give him some kind of light burn. Like, if we make it to where only the cameras can kick him out and just looking at him can't kick him out, then maybe flashlights can reveal him to the team.
They've done away with that, though. That's the problem.
I know they have, and respectfully, I really disagree with that decision. I think that they shouldn't have done that. With Wraith, sure, but with Nurse? Like, come on.
Yeah, no, with the rest of them. Yeah, I think Wraith was the only one, but...
I can kind of see it with Hag, too, but I think they shouldn't have gotten rid of it. I think they should have just, like, left it along with the new wipe away.
Oh, yeah, no, who said it? Was it Axolotl? Yeah, they're probably going to make a new model for Springtrap, because, I don't think we have any models in the game that are see-through in some way, shape, or form. Because Springtrap has a lot of holes in him.
I don't think that would be that difficult to do, but it's very possible that they would have to. But I'd imagine just literally leaving the holes in the model would work. Zeno, where did you put it?
I'm looking. Springtrap can teleport. Only Golden Freddy can connect with TP. Blah, 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 blah. Make the sound make him see survivors running around as he sees hallucinations.
Proto, I assume you don't mean like Trapper, but from what you said, that sounds a lot like Trapper. I assume you mean something like Nancy from TCM, where it like slows them down.
Are you talking about the controlled shocks things, you know? I'm trying to find the concept. That's what I'm trying to find. I'm trying to... Or did you like... Do you have a concept somewhere else, not in chat? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, it might be getting blocked by like paragraph filter. If it's like a lot, because I know Zeno said "hear me out" and then disappeared for like 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Cut it in half if you can.
Yeah, like put it in a like copy and paste it into a notes or something, and then cut it.
The fake Freddy head. That's also Oh, that's easy. There's Freddy heads around the map. If you pick them up and are wearing one, you can just walk through a phantom. Boom. Added it.
That would be interesting, yeah, but they... Maybe. I think there would have to be some kind of downside to it, where like, oh, maybe it's like a killer-specific item, like the Lament configuration, and you can walk around, you can channel it to make the hallucinations leave you alone, but you can't be repairing generators while you're telling them to...
What if we
take a walk?
The torture Freddy from the movies and make it like a pea head cage? I don't think that would happen. I would kind of like to see it, honestly.
That would be cool.
Put Freddles in walk. I would kind of die if that happened. Because I think make him into a mix of Freddy and Pig. So hear me out. He is undetectable when he knocks someone down. He can put a headset... Put a headset where you were forced into this world. You see him as Glitchtrap. The Phantom works as like the zombies in Nemi. They can actually kill you and leave the world by doing puzzles. And I'm not going to lie, Zeno, that sounds super complicated.
I mean, that's a cool idea.
I like the idea, but like we got to remember this is still Dead by Daylight. We got to fit in the limitations a little bit.
That would be really interesting.
Plot twist: the real killer is Funtime Foxy, because that motherfucker is the Funtime Foxy is actually the only fun fact about this. Funtime Foxy is the only animatronic who canonically jump scares somebody.
Really?
Yep. Because at the end of, I think it's night 4 of Sister Location, he's forced to jump scare you. And that's what, I'm sorry, night 3. He's forced to jump scare you, and that's what puts you in there. Well, no, Axel, like the general idea, like the idea of putting like a headset on, I think that could work. The idea of like making like another world like Freddy, I think could work. I think it's like when you're like doing puzzles and stuff, that's where I think it would get a little too complex.
Well, I mean, we have the Skull Merchant minigames. It could be possible with like a Skull Merchant minigame where you got to input the code, Yellow Glyph where you got to hit a bunch of skill checks, that kind of stuff. I could see it working. What if you have to type your phone number into a keypad?
Puzzle. Okay, maybe I'm thinking of puzzle a bit too much. I'm thinking like Among Us gameplay, I guess.
Yeah, we can't have them doing tasks, but we could have them like carry an item across the map and like have to input codes and Yellow Glyph stuff. I think it could definitely be possible.
The Among Us chapters next year.
Unironically, I would love an Among Us chapter. At this point, I'm at the sure, why not? I also have like
if they do Among Us, we can't do the thing.
Yeah, maybe.
It's the same thing.
I think the thing is similar enough to where as long as if the thing can take like the shape of survivors and the Among Us thing is something different, why not?
You know, why don't we just do the ultimate Five Nights at Freddy's 3 reference and every like randomly, like there's like a 1 in 10 chance you have to go input a code into the wall.
Or you have to interact with like a random poster that spawns somewhere.
I mean, like I said, like if we break down everything Springtrap is, cameras, sound alerts, jump scares.
Yeah.
Stealthy. And I feel like a lot of the other stuff that you, me, and Chad have been talking about, a lot of the stuff we're implementing isn't necessarily him. It's more the franchise as a whole. Like the power management. The Glitchtrap thing.
To be fair with that, you're right. But also, while he might be one of the more iconic characters, it's not really him that's iconic. It's the franchise itself.
Right. That is true. Which is, you know, the Phantoms would be the other animatronics as well, because that's who they are. And a bit of a child murderer. This is true.
A bit of child murder.
Yeah, he's got a kill count of at least 12. Well, technically 11. Depends on who you ask. It's... I mean, like... His kill count is over 100? I thought it was only, like, 12. Unless we're counting, like the AR game.
Can we all agree the Springtrap is going to replace Nemesis as the King Tunneler? With probably.
Oh my god.
Probably Yoshi, yeah.
I love how that's become Nemesis's thing, and that's why it's... There's the 5 originals. Charlie. I'm sorry. Yeah, Charlie. The next 5. Cassidy. And that's it. That I'm aware of. Who am I missing?
We list them all. Oh no.
Are we about to pull a name every clone trooper thing?
I'm so ready for it.
You're a Clone Wars fan? List every clone trooper. I always come back to the hook. Let me list them all as a very foreboding. I mean, legitimately, I was always under the impression, and I'm welcome to be proven wrong, but I always thought it was just a 12.
This is twice now that Xeno has had me like waiting, incredibly interested in what they're about to say next. Because earlier they said, "Hear me out, nothing else," and then just didn't speak for 10 minutes.
I didn't even think about perks. Like, that's legit. Like, with how Dracula's perks ended up, I think like I'm kind of disenfranchised with perks. The OG5,
Brooks could be
next 5,
anything.
his daughter. He didn't kill his daughter. That was technically an accident. The guy he made insane chopped off his face. Okay, alright, I'll give you that one. And Vanny, but
Wait,
there's
there's
more.
more.
Okay, so OG5, the next 5, that's 10. That's 10. He killed Henry's daughter. That's 11. I'll give you the guy who chopped off his head. I'll give you that one. Fine, I'll give you his daughter. That's 13. And he doesn't really kill Vanny, though. I wouldn't say he kills Vanny. All right, I gave you the others. I don't think I'm going to give you Vanny because I wouldn't say he kills her.
Isn't the canon ending that
She
that
lives.
Gregory brings
She
her
lives.
out?
Yeah, she gets out of the brainwashing. I did Charlie and I forgot Charlie. Okay, fair enough. I'm sorry, Cassidy. I forgot Cassidy. I did Charlie though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the one you shouldn't have killed. Okay, that's 15. I forgot that one too because that one's confusing because they don't have a name.
Right.
The kids in the stitch rate doesn't count. The stitch rate doesn't count. That's book canon. I'm talking game canon. I thought Cassidy wasn't her name. Am I misremembering that? Okay. In that case, it's 14. You can't count the Stitch Wraith, people. Come on. The Stitch Wraith is a character in the books. Because of course it is. What? Are they canon in game? The cops are here to arrest me for child murder. If the guy who chopped himself, that's from the game franchise though. That's the AR game or the VR game. I'm talking game canon. Also, welcome to why I said some of the canon is confusing because.
Yeah. I've noticed.
Yeah.
That's why I'm staying quiet here.
Yeah,
I'm staying in my lane. I'm letting you guys do it because you guys know about this stuff and I don't.
Some would say I don't know that enough, so it's I wouldn't count his son dying. Crime Child wasn't him. Technically, that was Michael's kill.
Yeah, that was Michael's. Does Pat's sanity count?
Okay, fine. In that case, 200. His kill count's 200. There's no way. That man has died at least 4 times making every FNAF video. Not CC Michael? CC Michael. I mean, technically, he got his son killed. Yeah, but he didn't. That's not murder. That's manslaughter. That's that's how the courts would see it. Okay. Actually, that brings in a philosophical conundrum. If you involuntarily cause someone's death by doing something, does it count? Every playthrough of FNAF 3 that someone loses... Oh my god.
No. Alright, well then he's just got an infinite kill count then.
Fine. He's the most accomplished killer in Dead by Daylight. He's killed more people than the Entity, apparently. Springtrap is just Sans genocide run. That's such a cut-deep joke, and I love it.
You got the guard killed in FNAF 2, same with Phone Guy and
Phone
FNAF
Guy
1.
in FNAF 1, like, that's... I wouldn't say he got him killed. Like,
I think...
That's one of those ones where it's, like...
I don't know, because on one hand, you know, if you think of it like him cursing the animatronics is him setting a trap, then I'd say, yeah, he killed him. But if the animatronics are of their own free will killed Phone Guy, then I don't know. Weird.
I mean, once again, that brings in a philosophical conundrum. It's like, well, if I do this thing that causes this, causes this, causes this, causes someone to die, did I cause the death?
How many steps of separation does it count for you to be innocent? Yeah.
It's like if I own a tiger and the tiger gets loose and kills somebody, is that my fault?
I think most cases people would give you at least manslaughter for that. Because
Yeah,
you are
murder.
expected to have control of your you're expected to be in control of your animal. It's the same as if a dog bites someone in that case.
Now we count the books? What? I wasn't counting the books. When did I count the books? I specifically said we don't count the books. You got the guard killed in FNAF 2. Did he? No, the guard in FNAF 2 dies on his own, I feel. Oh, right. Yeah, he just... Yoshi, that brings in another philosophical discussion of whether or not having a frontal lobe means you're alive. All right. I'll give a compromise here on his kill count, even though it's irrelevant anyways. I'm going to say 20. 20. That's still a pretty accomplished. For those curious about real-life serial killers, which I'm not going to name any, because if I do, this video will get instantly demonetized. I learned that the hard way.
Yeah, on my episode too.
One of the most accomplished serial killers in history only has a kill count of about 80. Just to put into context how many people that actually is. It's amazing the human oh, yep, there you go. There's a Phone Guy quote that proves it. There you go. He doesn't know what's going on. Are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here. I was muted up because I was typing up that I was trying to write the notes of like the concept we have, because honestly, such a good concept. I think we need to I think we need to like maybe come back to this, because this is going to be at the very end of, or not the very end, but, this is going to be real deep in the podcast thing. I say, if you're listening to this on YouTube, congratulations. This is I guess a teaser. I say we get me, you, and the other people in chat who've been helping with this. We get them. We all get like in a group chat or something. We really just like lock it in, make this concept, and then we put out like something special for it by itself, because I think we've got something really good here.
Yoshi, Crow knows nothing about FNAF World because I completely skipped it. And if anyone tells me that it's relevant, I swear to God. There is nothing in FNAF World that is relevant to the general story of FNAF. It was a teaser for Sister Location. I will die on that hill. It's right. I'm not going to get... It introduces Henry. No, the books introduce Henry. The books introduced Henry, and then Pizza Sim solidified him as a character in that world, in the game world. They came out. I think they came out actually like the exact same time. I could be wrong. And they retconned Henry's death. That is also true. Yeah, FNAF World is even... Not only is FNAF World not relevant, it actually makes the story more confusing, because Henry kills himself. Yeah, I never even thought about that. Wow, that actually does make the whole thing more confusing, doesn't it?
A lot of it.
Old Man Consequences... Old Man Consequences isn't relevant. Old Man Consequences answers a question. That doesn't make him relevant. Old Man Consequences, by the way, it's like a glitch spot in FNAF World of like an alligator fishing.
Yeah, I saw it.
And in Ultimate Custom Night, if you go to him and just him, he pretty much confirms that Ultimate Custom Night is like William's hell.
Right.
He just says, lead the demons to his demons. Golden Freddy is the strongest character canonically? Maybe. It makes it somewhat relevant. A character existing just to answer a question does not make them relevant. Because the question isn't even relative. The question doesn't matter for the overarching story, like, plots. It matters to us, the viewers, but not the characters. If that makes any sense. He's relevant in Ultimate Custom Night, but not in, like, Sister Location, realistically speaking. Or not Sister Location, FNAF World. I'm trying to, like, still come back to this whole chase thing, though.
Mm-hmm. That's really what I'm thinking of, because I'm in the process of writing down what we had so far. He's permanently undetectable, but the survivors can place cameras that can either fire discs that will controlled shock him and disable the stealth for a while, or they can fire off lures that give a fake hallucination jump scare. While he's undetectable, phantoms run around, and if they hit someone, they'll get killer instinct, and he can teleport to them. But the chase power is really something that I'm not sure about either.
So, Bennett, would you say the animatronics are pretty powerful? I mean, they're possessed. I mean, you can't really stop a ghost, so yeah, I would say they are. I mean, yeah, pretty much. I think, once again, I really do think the only thing we're really missing there.
Well, I think the obvious answer is if we want to give him a chase power without overloading his kit too much, because he already has a lot, right? And this has the potential to be strong.
Mm-hmm.
While he's in chase and undetectable, he fills up like some kind of meter, because he's not going to have a meter until he's kicked out of his power, right? And even then, they can just pull up the Dracula, 2-meter thing. While he's chasing survivors while undetectable, he's able to spawn more of those hallucinations.
Mm.
So, like, let's say he starts off with, like, maybe 2, right? He starts off with 2 hallucinations. But as he spends time in chase, that's how he gets more hallucinations. And that's how he becomes kind of like an endgame killer. And then maybe the hallucinations move faster, and let's say to make them a chase power, they hinder a little bit when they grab someone if they don't, like, lock them in place. They get faster with every gen or something.
What if every time, instead of, like, how long he's in chase, because I do kind of like that, but, like, I can see the problem with that being, because we haven't even, like, really mentioned how he gets the undetectability back. Is it just timed?
Right. I'd imagine it's just timed, yeah. Like, he gets kicked out for, like, 45 seconds if he gets stunned, or maybe 30 seconds, depending on how easy it is.
So, rather than, like, he gets, like, more phantoms in chase, what if it's just every time a gen gets done, it adds 1?
Maybe, but then we'd still need to give him a chase power.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because I feel like... Because the way we have him set up right now, it's not that nothing he's doing is not interactive, because you're choosing whether or not to go to the killer instinct, right? That's the interactivity.
Right.
Because for all you know, it's a fake one.
Mm-hmm.
But there's nothing in his kit so far that's interactive on his end. A lot of this is interactive on the survivor's end.
Right. Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's why I was thinking it would be like a manual spawn, like he can manually spawn it, and maybe it would sit in place for a couple seconds, kind of like what people were saying with, like, a trap. So let's say somebody's running a long wall on you, right? If you're still in your power, you're able to drop a hallucination. Oh, go on.
I was going to say, that doesn't it just kind of run into the same issues of, like, just making him easier night then?
Yeah, I think Trapper is a good comparison as well, yeah. It's not the best idea, it's the only thing I can come up with without giving him, like, a pounce or a lunge, which every killer has.
He's a rabbit. Just make him jump. All right. Like, I'm trying to think, because, like, if I go to YouTube and pull
up, what if a survivor was jump scared? He got a token. He could spend a buff. Maybe. Right. Hmm.
It's like, I mean... God, I love the FNAF community. I'm watching this video because it's hilarious.
The robots are becoming more sentient. They started to know my name.
Something, though, we're not even talking about, really, because I haven't seen it yet, is Into the Pit.
Yeah, I don't really know anything about it other than it's got kind of like an old-timey...
Well, because, like, apparently there's a lot of scenes of Springtrap just kind of, like, sitting there. Like,
Well, hold on. Oh, go on.
I was gonna say, there's a lot of scenes of him just, like, sitting there, like, just standing in plain sight, like, in the suit.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that plays around with the undetectability a bit.
Wait, I'm sorry. He just sits where?
He just stands, like, in the suit, like in the middle of a
like
room.
the back room. Okay.
Yeah.
And like into the pit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, like, once again, I haven't seen enough of Into the Pit to, like, feel like there's anything to pull a chase power out of.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a monster acting like him? Oh.
No, so it's not even him. Okay. All right.
Okay, never mind. I haven't read Into the Pit. I haven't actually read any of the books, if I'm perfectly honest. He's an Easter egg in game? Oh. I guess that was their way of getting around the lore. Not to mess it up, I guess. He runs and kicks Mike in the movie. Just let him punt survivors like a football.
Have it be some kind of like almost an Oryx dash from Siege. Just it doesn't damage them, it just knocks them down. That would be pretty funny. That'd be a little generic, but that would be pretty funny, I can't lie.
Plus, that version of Springtrap gets knocked out by a kid. To be fair, I know we all talk about how menacing Springtrap is. That suit is probably heavy as fuck.
Yeah.
You could probably, like, just kind of lightly push him and he'll fall over. I've been in a mascot suit before. They're heavy.
Those things are heavy, yeah. Costumes in general are kind of stupidly heavy.
Like, I mean, I feel like if I tackled, like, Springtrap, he would still fall. I would probably hurt myself doing it, but he would still fall over. Like, I'm just... What if we just make him full on, like, opposite and he has, like, a flamethrower? I can finally get my pyro killer. Let's go.
You know, I'd never thought of that, but I'd be so down from TF2 Pyro. I'd be so down.
No, here's what we do. We give him the purple car from Midnight Motorist.
He just summons a car.
That would be Scott finally confirming that is in fact William. Because he made him orange. Okay. That version of Springtrap and Camo is humans. Nah, I doubt they'll do that with him.
No, they've said several times that they wouldn't do that. And if they're going to do that for any license, they're going to do that for The Thing. Because that is quite literally the only thing that The Thing has going for it.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you're being jokey, but at this point...
Fazgoo and getting survivors pregnant. We'll finally get our chest burster that Xenomorph should have had. Alright.
But maybe we could make something with Fazgoo, but how do we make it? Obviously not that, but how do we make something with Fazgoo that's an actual, like, power that isn't just unknown?
This is brain rot. Xeno, welcome to my streams. That's like half of my streams. Brain rot. throwing shit at the wall until something happens to his dick.
Yoshi, yeah, no, I don't blame you, Yoshi. You made the Fazgo joke like 2 hours ago? Yeah, we laughed at it then too, because we're children.
He puts the butt everywhere and it gives them... I can't. Like, it's so frustrating trying to think of a power Springtrap can have, like for Chase.
Well, what about those little guys, right? Was he the one in control of those little guys in Sister Location?
The ballerina ones or the other ones?
I don't know, the little things that crawled up the side of your screen. I don't know what they were called.
Yeah, no, that was Ballora.
Oh, that was okay. That wasn't him.
Yeah, the mini Remus.
Because I was thinking maybe we could do something like that where he could like block. He could like choose to block locations with him or something. Like they could hold up a pallet, or they could like get on a windowsill so the survivor couldn't jump on it or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, if that's not him, then we'll have to come up with something else.
Afton is an inventor? I mean, depends on who you ask, but yes. You can just make something as a... So what you're saying is give him a gun. That's what I'm hearing.
Oh wait, hold on. There could be something interesting there.
Well, he did make Baby.
What if we could run with that? What if, part of the downside for putting out too many cameras is if he breaks them, right? He like charges up his ability, like, to make something.
Mm-hmm.
Like he salvages them into something. I don't know.
Build spring lock traps?
Somebody did mention that earlier. If that was Axolotl again, I'm gonna feel so bad because it's like the 5th time that's happened.
I think Axolotl did. No, it was Yoshi. Yeah, Yoshi's it.
Okay, it was Yoshi. Okay, good. All right. Now the shoe's on the other foot. Okay. I mean, it could work. Once again, we've seen a power like that work for, once again, Nancy and TCM, and that turned out okay.
For what, like a trap power?
For, like, yeah, where he can, like, place stuff on windows and pallets and everything. Axolotl is just suffering.
Well,
right now.
no. Yeah, Axolotl, you were talking about making it like a different kind of hook. Which I still think would be interesting. I just don't think that would be something they would do.
It'd be cool, yeah, but if it's anything other than a visual change, I'd be very surprised if they did it.
Because the only care. I mean, it's not impossible. I mean, they did add a whole new hook mechanic with Pyramid Head, so I guess it might be something they could do.
I feel like the only problem with, like, I assume that they're talking about having like the many things where like you have to push in the spring traps, right? Like you have to hold them in place, and if one gets too far, you get hit, right? My only problem with that is that would be hell on controller.
Sorry. What if Springtrap just used children as his weapon?
That's incredible.
Are we talking like manipulating them, or are we talking like actually just like hitting them with a kid?
He's just as a child. He carries around by the scruff of the neck. He turns around and beats someone with their legs. Oh no, that would not fly. That'd be funny.
I can't. I fucking can't.
We are actually going in circles. Yeah, we are.
It's just, it's hard. There's not
hard.
much
We
to
have
go
so
off
much.
of.
Another version of Pyramid. Oh yeah.
Would he just like teleport them there, or would he still have to carry them? Oh, his Mori's another thing I didn't think. Well, no, his Mori's easy.
He's got tons of things that could be a Moria.
Well, no, it's very simple. There's actually an SFM that pretty much does his Mori like justice. Yeah, right there. Unlocks the jaw. And Mori. It'd just be kind of like a worse Xenomorph Mori, but I can see them doing it.
Just chomps their head off.
Yeah.
Might as well, yeah.
I mean, it's an SFM, so it's a little... Well, it's not SFM. That's actually like a whole other animation type.
Right.
But whatever. Like, I feel like that would be really, realistically, the best way they could do the Mori. Unless, like, a fucking, like, chair just, like, pops out of nowhere and he sticks him in it from the movie. Gives you a big old kiss. Yeah, of course. Of course. It's what this whole franchise is built on. What if it's a scooper? Would it just appear? That's the thing with it. That's the thing with the Moris. Like, something like that. Like, would he just, like, pull a Chucky and, like, magically appear a hammer out of nowhere?
The entity like comes out and is holding up the scooper like a rocket launcher and just shoots it at them.
Give him the bite, Maury, and have Markiplier yell, "Was that the bite of '87?" I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. If they like had a version of it that for $5 you could get Markiplier saying that, I would buy that shit immediately.
It's a skin. It's literally just his default skin. The only thing you're paying for is it for that to happen.
Just a huge scooper apparatus on the Survivor? Well, no, I get that, but like with the scooper, like, are we talking like the sister location scooper where like it's a giant machine? Because if that's the case, it would have to like show up somewhere. Unless like it just pops out of the ground like Hellraiser. You know he's a homie. You can bring out William's tools.
Unironically, I think the entity would love Springtrap.
A
From his other
narcissistic,
tastes.
psychopathic child murderer who wants to live forever?
Exactly, yeah. Think about Clown and...
I think they would both love each other very much.
If there was a character that could convince the entity to just lug around a giant scooper for him, I think it would be Springtrap, yeah.
I never really thought about that. Yeah, I mean, like I know who is it who does like those top 10 videos? Oh my god, whoever it is, like
Asimov?
I think it is Asimov. Yeah, where it's like the killers that would like most be loyal to the entity. I feel like Chucky, Springtrap, and Clown would be like right up there as the top 3.
Yeah.
They're just happy to be here, man. Actually, no. Springtrap would probably hate it. I didn't even think about it. Yeah, Springtrap would probably hate it.
Really?
He's a narcissistic control freak.
Yeah, maybe he wouldn't like having to play second fiddle. Yeah, maybe.
I can that's well. I mean, the whole speculation of why he kills Henry's daughter is because he's envious and jealous.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, yeah. Oh, that'd be an interesting dynamic. The entity really likes a character, but the character doesn't like the entity.
Don't we have that with Myers, kind of?
I thought they hated each other. Because Myers just, like, doesn't play by the rules and kills him.
Yeah.
Feels like it.
I feel like we have... There's got to be a killer like that. I feel like we have that.
I don't know, I feel like most people are either one way or the other. It'd be a really interesting...
Pyramid Head.
Oh, yeah, maybe, yeah.
Well, okay, that one's... Even I had to concede that one, because Pyramid Head's more like a force than a thinking, feeling thing.
Trapper, I don't know. I don't know. You know, I'm not a super DBD lore guy, so
a lot of the stuff people think about Trapper isn't canon. It's not like people say like, oh, Trapper's like fought back against the entity. That's never been confirmed anywhere. It was just a running fan theory that kind of just stuck. How many more times do I have to die before I get put in DBDs? They're scared of the entity and they have a mutual deal. Wait, are we talking about Myers or are we talking about Pyramid Head there? No, don't get me wrong, Sky. It does make sense. It does make sense. I understand the logic of the theory with Trapper, but it's never been confirmed. That's why I don't hold to it personally. What if we're all wrong? What if the killer's just baby? No, hear me out. Because I can think of baby's power immediately.
Yeah, with like the claw.
The claw, she just scoops you.
Innard could also be interesting.
Oh, I would love it if we got like our first like snake kind of killer. It's Innard. Spirit would make the most sense to have a FNAF skin. Why? Because she's a ghost? Are we discriminating against ghosts here? I see how it is. Oh, we look like all the other ghosts? Okay. I'm going to bed. I would love a theory craft more on... Alright, okay, have a good one. I appreciate you sticking by. Give her a puppet skin and you're golden. I don't know what character would the puppet would make the most sense on. I guess Spirit would be the closest.
And probably Foxy for Blight, I'd imagine. Blight or Hillbilly.
Everyone says Foxy for Blight.
The more I think about it, the more I think about Hillbilly, really.
How would the chainsaw work?
Chain claw, next question.
Chain claw! That's not a word, but okay. Puppet Huntress with the music box. Oh, that would go so hard. But it would
that would be awesome.
Like, don't even do a full skin. You know what? Just give her the puppet mask. Give her a different lullaby, and I'll take it. I'll buy it. Take my money. The M2 chase power. All right, Yoshi, lay it on us.
Yeah,
I'm still stumped.
We're all for it.
Let the puppet be jacked. She's earned it. Send out the hallucination as a ranged attack that afflicts survivors with negative status effects.
So kind of like Artist. Interesting.
My only problem is the negative status effects part. There is a reason people don't like Skull Merchant, and that's part of it.
Blindness for 10 seconds. Only if it's within 1 meter, though.
Okay. You know what? Yeah, never mind. If it's blindness for 10 seconds, make it an hour, and we're talking. I was praising Dracula's add-ons until I saw that one.
Yeah, it's such a black sheep.
Why is it purple?
Even if it was a brown, it'd be awful.
Yeah, but at least it would make sense. It would be a status. Oh!
What if it made the other hallucinations on the map, like, target that survivor? Like, the nearest one comes to help out. Kind of like what people want with Nemesis. It makes, like, the nearest hallucination, or phantom, sorry. Like, it gives them a speed boost, and, like, they know exactly where that survivor is for the next, like, 10 seconds, and they just, like, they just full-on, like, Nemesis sprint over to them.
I think one thing we're kind of forgetting, and I think this is part of the reason why it's kind of hard to come up with a chase power, because I'm thinking of him, like, standing still staring at you.
Right.
Like, looking at you through the cameras, knowing you're watching him. Because how do you make a killer whose design philosophy kind of hinges on the fact that he kind of doesn't move?
Yeah.
What if that's the power? He just doesn't.
What if that's one of the perks? What if it's something dumb like Insidious, where you stand still long enough, you gain haste when you start moving again?
We haven't had anything since Insidious. I could see them doing it. They did it with Still Sight.
I mean, I think that would be the best way to do it. I know it's kind of weird to relegate a main gimmick to a perk, but doing something like that, call it like evil machinations, right? You stand still for
You stole that.
for like
You stole that.
Is that something somebody else called it?
No, yeah, there's the FNAF concept from years ago.
Oh, that's probably where it came from.
It's one of
Yeah,
the
just call
first
it
evil
something.
machinations.
Yeah, that's probably where that came from then subconsciously. But yeah, just call it something like that. The more he stands still, the more you gain haste for, like, I don't know, 5% haste for every second you stand still or something dumb like that.
I'm trying to think of a name for it. Dream theory. I don't. I mean,
He's got to have an add-on that's like sleep study or something like that.
There was someone mentioned it earlier. There has to be a perk. There has to be a perk called "I always come back."
Yeah.
Or he always comes back, or something like that.
I always come back. It's an endgame perk, and it's like I don't know. It's some like remember me style vibe.
The survivor with the least amount of chase time becomes the obsession at the end game.
Maybe, but it'd have to do something else.
Would it? Well, it does because of their stupid tiers. Never mind.
Well,
Never mind.
When the survivor with the least amount of time becomes the obsession, right? What would that do for you if oh great, now that survivor's the obsession, what does that do for me?
Well,
unless you're running
remember me's in play. Rancor.
Yeah, but I feel like they'd have to make it do at least something, like, even if it's not great, it'd have to be something.
I mean, you could, like I said, you could just make it like show the obsession's aura at the end of the match once all the gens are done.
Oh, that might be interesting. So, like, you can always see the obsession's aura in in-game, and it makes the survivor who's been chasing the beast. That would be interesting.
I mean, that would also punish people ratting, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah. And, especially if it activates even when the hatch is closed.
Oh. Okay, so he hits them with the Phantom M2, and they're afflicted with fear or stress, whatever you want to call it. Next time they're jumped by a Phantom, they lose a health state or go into deep wound. It can't down them. If they interact with a camera while stressed, he's notified which cam they're on and gains 3% haste. I don't hate it.
Maybe. But I feel like the only problem with that is that it doesn't really help with the chase. That's what we wanted it to be, is like a chase power. That's what we're stuck on. I think we're all pretty much in agreement with everything else. We just need a chase power.
Legion syndrome. That's actually true. Legion technically doesn't have a chase power. Like, I don't know. There's gotta be something he's done in canon that, like, makes sense. Oh. I think I got it.
Alright, let's hear it.
This.
He just jump scares and takes them apart?
Yeah.
So it would be just kind of like a run fast kind of thing.
I mean, like, I'm trying to think of, like, anything else he's really done. Legit, what if it just is Chucky again? That's all I can think of. Sky, I hate
My
you.
friend, you have met a terrible...
I hate everything about you. Why was it Mr. Hippo?
Canonically, he can't run. He has a limb.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah, that's a good point from Xeno. What could he do then? Could it be some kind of passive chase power while he's in in chase, like he interacts, or while he's undetectable, like he interacts with things faster, like he vaults faster or something. That wouldn't be much, but it'd be something. But once again, that's not very interactive.
110 kills.
That's true, Sky. I mean, it's fixed worse. So just look at Aldi.
Like, I feel like part of me feels like we're like thinking of this too literally.
Mm-hmm.
There has to be something. What else has he done in canon that like works? Hi, Golden Freddy. Or Shadow Freddy. I'm sorry. Because of all the mini games,
Right.
the only ones he like really does anything on is this one. Hi, Mark.
Where he just like, it's the purple car again. We've gone in a full circle. He summons a car and runs people over.
He summons a car.
Alright, Xenos hit us with another hear me out. Lost Soul Binding of Isaac cameo.
Even in the movie, like, he doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Really, my biggest complaint about the movie was how forced the "I always come back" line was. I get they needed to have him say it, but why not just have him say it at the end of, like, in that scene right there at the end of the movie where he's like, just have him go like, "I always come back" or something.
Even then, it wouldn't make any sense. He would have to have come back first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no.
At least with Chucky, he said it on his 4th movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't... Oh, thank you, Apex Legends. I've never played you before, but sure. That's a lie. I just haven't played Apex in forever. One of his powers is spring locks just give out. It's power. He just dies.
Dies. It's a concede option. He just dies and then goes to the campfire again.
It make one explode and it hurts survivors that can shock them again. Has there been a killer power that like interacts with gens in some way though?
Freddy. Ironically.
Oh. Yeah, but then he wouldn't have a power in endgame.
Yeah. And once again, not much of a chase power.
I've walked back to my idea. Okay. You can still use the Phantoms as a ranged M2 to inflict survivors with fear or stress. For each survivor that's inflicted with a status, he gains a different effect. 3% haste, 12% action speed. All cameras are disabled while he's in chase. The survivors he's chasing is exposed.
How would they break out of it, though?
Yeah, would it just be like a time limit?
What if they have
we
to
brought up
shock
haste earlier. Listen, okay, alright, I'm gonna let you guys in on a secret here. The reason the devs keep adding haste to everything is because it fixes so many problems.
Uh-huh.
It is an easy solution to 90% of Dead by Daylight killer problems. That, one, doesn't affect them too much, and two, it just helps so much. That goes down over time.
It would be a timer. Oh, so like Vecna's Dispelling Orb. Got it. Interesting.
So he would be like a hit and run. That would still make him hit and run. It would still give him a reason to like expose himself, but not for too long.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting, yeah.
And it would kind of feed into our idea of him being like in-game, because you'd have to hit every single survivor to get like the max.
Maybe instead of having a different buff at every effect, he gains a small buff per. But then again, that's just Skull Merchant again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with not giving him like an M2 anti-loop that directly injures people. You know,
Who's a killer? Who's a killer like that? That's not a trap killer.
a killer who doesn't have some kind of M2 anti-loop that's not a trap killer.
Uh-huh.
Myers, Ghostface. I know those aren't exactly the top tier list, but
So
I'd say those.
All the stealth killers.
Yeah, all the stealth killers, exactly.
Wow, it's almost like there's a trend with stealth killers. Fuck. Genuinely, Legion. Yeah, Legion, that's true. Even, like, Plague, like...
I was thinking Plague. I don't know if you count a Red Puke, though.
There's gotta be something that he's done. I just can't fathom
Well,
it.
the only thing I can think of, right, is sometimes when you've been looking at him too long, and this goes with any animatronic games, from my understanding. If you've been looking at them too long and they need to move and you're still looking at them, they'll make the camera cut out.
Yeah.
So, what if we somehow did... I don't know how we do that without making, like, a clown or, like, a visual problem. You know? Like some kind of maybe disorientation thing is his M2.
Hmm.
I don't know, that's the only other thing I could think of that we could maybe pull from. Basically, it just gets action speed and obviously teleport. Oh, I could see that, yeah. Like Singularity fitting the M2 that is an anti-loop, but he can also, like... I don't know, the teleport kind of counts, right? But it's not like he actually injures people with it, so you might be right about that.
I'm not going to say this right now. I just saw this concept here. As much as I kind of like I can appreciate the effort that went into making this, yeah, that's probably a bit much for Springtrap, not gonna lie. I like that, like the sparking stuff, but he seems too, what's the word I'm looking for?
Animated.
I was gonna say animated, but also, like, too strong.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the other thing people are forgetting with, like, I've said this before with animatronic animations for FNAF. They are animatronics, so they need to move like animatronics.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like too many people like do the animations way too smooth for them. Where they have the spring lock suits, camera stealth power, vents for mobility, but zero actual chase power outside of the he jump scares you when you get exposed. Honestly, I think it's just because, like, we don't have much to go off of. Which is why part of me thinks it might not be Springtrap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know.
Like, because I could see Baby having a chase power of some kind, the Blob, the Mimic, Vanny.
Oh, wait, hold on. Axolotl, I don't know about passive phasing, but if we if we run with the like phantom idea that we've been kind of talking about, that might be interesting. Being able to like kind of like hold a button to make yourself slightly invisible, or like to hide yourself a bit, make yourself harder to see. But like if you tap it, you could kind of like pop in and out. I don't want it to be passive. I wanted to have some kind of like actual manual interaction, because I absolutely hate passive phasing on Spirit. It is the only thing I dislike about playing against Spirit, because it just feels like you got robbed. When you got hit by that. Didn't mean passive. Oh, okay. You were just saying like Spirit's passive phasing. All right, yeah, my bad.
Make it like Sadako, where you have like control over it. I mean, I could maybe see that. Also, I just said the blob. I was throwing out characters. All right. It could be Toy Chico for all I care. I'm just saying.
I think actually the passive, or not the passive phasing, but the phasing that he's able to control somehow would be definitely a stretch, but I think it would make sense. Like, I think that's a good idea.
Was it me or someone else who came out with, or who thought about like the red light, green light power?
I have no clue.
Where you can only move if no one's looking at you.
That would be so atrocious.
Come on, but it's thematic. Come on. When that's her chase power. That's true.
Well, what I was thinking for it, right, is what about something like let's say he's got like 3 seconds of it at maximum.
Uh-huh.
And you can hold down a button to drain that to make yourself invisible very quickly. So it's the same duration as like Spirit's passive phasing, but you manually choose when you do it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no like channeling it like with Sadako. With Sadako, you have to channel it, unchannel it, channel it back, unchannel it. I think that could be interesting. And Yoshi's saying just make him a dash killer.
Fuck it, make him a dash. I mean, honest, like. By the way, I know we're trying to like come up with a concept for a licensed killer, so it's a little bit more difficult. We had that conversation earlier about like Dracula feeling very unique. Guys, this shit is hard, and we're not even making it.
Yeah, we're just trying to come up with it. Yeah.
Oh my god. Give him two base kit.
Good enough, call it a day.
Hey, there's power. Like,
We're debating this like it's a staff meeting behavior. Yeah,
it's
pretty much.
Fun, damn it. Don't act like you're not having fun.
Exactly, yeah.
I've been here for like 4 hours. Don't act like you're not having fun. I think what we do so far kicks ass. No one. Like I said, I think that the chase power is just like I don't even think it's necessarily needed. Like, if all we're doing is trying to bring Springtrap into the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think if the goal is to bring the character in game, I think the idea we have actually works just fine. However, there's always a but. Mm-hmm. Would it be fun to play as?
And I can understand that being concerned.
Because what we described requires, like, almost no input. Mm-hmm. And is very dependent on the survivors. Because they have to walk into the phantoms.
Yeah, I still kind of, I'm going back to that idea earlier of, like, him having something that he can use to somewhat control, like, the hallucinations. Because he can do that in the movie, and kind of implied that he can in some of the games, if I remember right, that he has some exhortation over some of them. So I think that could be interesting. Is he has some kind of like skill shot projectile that if he hits, it buffs the nearest phantom and makes them come chase down the person, and maybe it locks them in place for a couple seconds, and they have to dispel it like unknown.
Well,
that's the only thing I think that we've had so far that works.
Sky, the problem with our concept though is that unlike Sadako has a manual teleport, technically speaking, and passive slowdown. The way we're describing it, like the slowdown would be, I guess, trying to get line of sight of him all the time.
Or trying to repair, not repair gens, but like do something to recharge the battery of the camera system.
Maybe this is what people meant when they said Springtrap doesn't fit into.
You see, my thing has always been, if you say it's hard to come up with a power for him, yeah, that's valid, because it is. But if you're saying, like, oh, the franchise doesn't fit, no, that doesn't fit.
Like, even, like... Has Springtrap... I've never even thought about this. Has Springtrap, like, in canon... Springtrap, not William, Springtrap. Ever interacted with people?
I don't think so in the games, not directly.
Other than Michael? Other than Michael, though.
Yeah, I don't think so. In game? When did he interact with Henry in game?
Springtrap didn't. Okay, Glitchtrap. Okay, Vanny. Okay, that one, yeah.
Yeah, Vanny's fair.
Greg. I don't know if he really interacts with Gregory, technically speaking. Well, yeah,
that's Michael, though.
But they're testing him out. I'm talking about, like, have we ever, like, seen him or even heard about him interacting with people? Because, like, once he becomes Springtrap, I never really thought about it. He doesn't really kill anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
And I feel like most of everything that we've been drawing for has been, like, him before he was in the suit. You know, with him thinking that he's some evil mastermind and all that. Maybe if we have a watch party of Markiplier playing FNAF 3, we
Will I get copyrighted for it? I feel like I'll get copyrighted for it.
Oh, instantly. Which is entire.
Hello,
FNAF.
everybody. My name is Markiplier, and today we're going to play the scariest game that Yummy Man. Okay, I'm just.
Oh well, this part's definitely going to have to get cut out.
That was too good. Too good.
Well, actually, my thing's mostly covering his face. Unironically, you could probably get away with it. The lowest level of content thieving. Just replace your face. Replace the character, like the actual
jump around, like. Hello. I still this video is like one of my favorite Markiplier lines of all time. I think it's actually is the most played one. I think it was like right where I was. I see you, you son of a bitch. Like it's so fucking. I don't know why it makes me laugh. Oh man. Like I don't know. I feel like there's got to be something he's done. Something. Maybe he can peek around a corner, kind of like Ghostface. Son of a bitch. He just does Mangled Quest. Can that be his power? Can he just do this?
He forces mini games on the survivors.
So, I mean, Zeno kind of suggested that earlier.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh my god. Like, I genuinely, like, I just at a loss.
Yeah. I mean, really, the only thing we've had that isn't pounds is that, like...
Because even with the Phantom idea, I didn't even think about it. Like, what if it's not even survivors have to, like, touch them, or do they just have to look at them?
Oh, like if they look at them for too long, they'll get jump scared, or if the thing touches them, maybe. Yeah.
Well, because like hang on, because that's basically how they worked in FNAF 3.
Yeah.
You look at them and then you get jump scared.
Mm-hmm. I still think the Phantoms would have to lock the survivor in place for a little bit.
I could see them like hindering them instead. Maybe not necessarily like make it like a 70% hinder or something.
Yeah, that could work. But where would he go to? Would he just teleport at the survivor's feet?
You could do that, or you could have like vents around the map that like he teleports to.
Yeah, I don't know.
Man, so many people in the FNAF community are really obsessed with the spring locks going off.
Mm-hmm. It's one of the few things we see him do.
That is true.
And yeah, 70% hinder would be by far the biggest hinder. I think the only thing that comes even close is when you're carrying a Xeno turret. It's like 20%, right?
No, isn't Force Hezzy like 50?
I don't know. To the DBD wiki we go. All right.
Well, okay. What if it's 70%? No, it doesn't matter. They're 100% movement speed. I don't know. I was just thinking of like 70% for like 2 seconds. Like something that's basically a stun but isn't.
Artist add-on gives 15% hindered for 1.5 seconds. We have
I hate that I don't like this animation.
They did a really good job with it.
Like, it's good. It doesn't feel like Springtrap. That's all. Like, it's...
Yeah. Oh, Chemtrap is 50% hinder.
It's only 50?
Yeah, Chemtrap is 50% hinder.
Damn, it feels like 70.
Mm-hmm.
Well, wait, is there a plus sign beside the 50, or does it say by?
It minus 50%.
So it's 50% of the total.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's why it feels so bad. Okay. That makes
Seems
more
like
sense.
most hindered is just from total, because Champion of Light is minus 20% hindered.
Well, because most hindered effects are for applied to survivors, so it doesn't matter. Because it's always minus 100%.
Carrying a turret is minus 35% hindered. Not the biggest, but still pretty slow.
Like I said, I could see it like a 50% hinder for like a second or two. Like I said, it's enough of a hinder that it makes them basically stunned without actually stunning them.
Right, yeah. It's just, I feel like we'd have to do that, and then somehow work. I really feel like with how we've designed the kit, we need to somehow work the Phantoms into being the chase power too.
Oh, Yoshi, I love the Springtrap interview. It's like one of my favorite videos ever made.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Or the Mr. Fucking... God damn it, Mr. Hippo.
Well, it seems that your journey has ended.
Fuck it, let's make Mr. Hippo the power.
Survivors can't hear anything because he's just constantly talking.
Just an 8-minute monologue. Like, he makes survivors bored. So the DC it's the ultimate power. That's skull merchant power. Fucking hate it here.
That's incredible.
Like, what? He doesn't run. He doesn't pounce. He doesn't. Like, this is the problem with stealth killers. Because at the end of the day, basically what we're implying is he's just kind of a ghost face with more options.
Yeah.
Without an exposed effect, actually. He'd just be worse pig, the more I think about it.
Yeah, I don't know. We gotta...
Phantom range attack, do we want it to inflict a debuff on the survivors? Or give him a temporary buff? I think giving him a buff would be the better solution. Because if you're giving the survivors a debuff, I can see people getting very frustrated with it. Even if, let's say the debuff was minus 5%, like 5% hindered for the debuff, versus giving a buff of 5% haste. I think people would rather him get the haste than them get the speed reduction. Because even though it's the same amount, it feels worse to be debuffed than to have the enemy get buffed.
You know, I can agree with that, and also it would allow for more options, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Giving him, let's say he gets a 5% haste for a little while after hitting that, right? That gives him the option to use that to get out of there. He hits that survivor and he just leaves.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
Yeah, that might be it. You know, he summons a phantom and he gets a bit of haste for a little bit, I guess. But then we're just back to the whole like having multiple survivors feared at one time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like, I think the real question comes down to this. Does he need to be a chase killer?
I don't think he needs it, but we need to give him something, like you said, that makes him feel more interactive. Because that, how we have it now, he's an M1 killer without a terror radius until he gets hit, you know, or until he gets like hit by a camera or something.
Yeah.
So he is just an M1 killer. And to be fair, when was the last time we got a standard M1 killer? Long time ago, I think. Like, Singularity, I guess, would be the last one.
We are overestimating. Well, no, it's not that we're overestimating undetectable. We genuinely can't think of what else to give him.
Yeah. Yeah, last M1 only killer would have been Singularity, and then Dredge or Sadako.
Sadako, Dredge.
So it has been a good while. We've had about 5 killers from now that have been M2 killers, with Xeno, Chucky, Unknown, Vecna kinda, and I don't think anybody would argue that Dracula's kind of an M2.
Like, even with what we've suggested with all of this, I don't think anything we've said makes him too powerful. It's just I don't know what else to give him that makes sense. Not that's too powerful or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Let's go with
Oh, that's true. Vecna's an M1 pretty much.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. I was thinking about Flight of the Damned, but I forgot that that's the only thing he has that does anything.
I mean, once again, they clearly designed Flight of the Damned to not get like, you're not supposed to get hit by Flight of the Damned.
Right.
I feel like they designed it like that on purpose. Like, I mean, even the concept that was done like 3 years ago, like,
Mhm.
what was their idea? It was like a dash attack, wasn't it?
Mine, mine was. I think theirs was like they can track. They've got like a tracking ability.
Oh yeah, they have like. Oh, that's right. And then like he can scream, and then he does a lunge,
Mhm.
which cool, but like I don't know. It just seems like even 3 years ago that felt very standard.
What if you could use the Phantoms like night guards, where they could go do actions? Like that would be interesting, yeah. But we kind of don't want to make. We don't want to make Night 2.0. But I guess if they can only do specific actions, maybe that would be interesting and not patrolling. I don't know.
My point is, Chucky exists, Ghost. I don't want another Chucky. It's so difficult. There's just not a lot to work with.
You know what the worst part about this is when this is over with, right?
Mm-hmm.
Someone here in like 20 minutes is just gonna start screaming because it just popped into their head.
Like the idea.
The perfect idea, and they're just gonna be screaming at themselves because they couldn't come up with it 20 minutes earlier.
Well, I mean, we can all talk about if it was a good idea or a bad idea. When I did the Chucky concept, the scamper idea literally came to me after I was arguing with somebody, like trying to figure out what his power would be. For like, I was arguing with him for like an hour, and I was like, we couldn't figure out like a decent power. And then like once I ended the call, I like called them back, and I was like, he can go under pallets, and then fucking hung up. You know what, Crow? I'm not gonna leave you here anymore. We've been at this for like 5 hours somehow.
Yeah,
I think we're gonna end it there.
I think I agree. I agree with that. I don't think we're getting much done.
To Twitch chat, who's been here for this entire thing, I don't know how, but I would like to think we had fun here. To those watching this on the YouTubes, because this will be up on the YouTubes for some reason, if anyone can think of a decent M2 power that
Please.
that makes sense, that's the key thing here. It has to make sense. Every survivor starts the trial in a spring-locked suit, and they are on a constant timer. Let's literally make Pig 2.0 with one of her best add-ons as base kit. All right. If for real, for those on the YouTubes and Twitch, I love y'all. But if anyone can come up with a better idea for a power, and once again, the key thing here is, I don't care if it sounds ridiculous or too powerful. That's honestly the least of my worries with this. It just has to make sense. And we're even stretching it a little bit with like making him like a phantom.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm not saying it has to like be like, oh, he never did this in the game, so we can't ever do it. No, creative liberties, obviously, but yeah. Recent games have had Afton possessing bodies. Maybe, but is that Glitchtrap or Springtrap? Because that's the other distinction there. Okay, I think I'm gonna. Where's my OBS?
Yeah, I think we just need to call it quits.
I'm gonna call it quits, or else I'm gonna be at this for another like 5 hours. I gotta make a thumbnail.
Yeah, exactly. Recent game is unclear, but go to. Thanks for hanging around, Ghost.
That was fun. I had fun. I'm not gonna lie. I really had a lot of fun with this.
Yeah, that was really fun. The first hour of explaining the lore, the first hour and a half, 3 hours of who knows what, and then 4 hours of trying to make a content, make a concept.
All right, we're gonna raid Horser because we're gonna annoy him with our FNAF stuff. You missed all the lore. It'll be on the YouTube on probably Sunday, honestly. In any case, I love you guys. Oh, I gotta hit the start raid button. I love you guys for real. I really do. I don't think any normal DBD streamer could do what I just did and still have most of their regulars here.
Yeah, that was really impressive.
He turns into a bird and can fly, and then he swan dives onto a survivor and they explode. I don't hate it. I kind of like it. It's really unique.
Yeah, unique's a word for artistry work. When, please.
All right. I love you guys. Have a good one. Bye.